Good afternoon, Paul. It's time to start running. Finally got a PC and trying to learn K&M at 37 after 2k hours on DayZ console is brutal.
Sounds very familiar, King Mold. Maybe in 10 years you'll be me. Although I wasn't quite, obviously. That doesn't check out because I'm 38 now, of course, right? King, thank you for the resub. S3, thank you very much. Jolly Roger, ads, cheers for the resubs as well. Hope you're good. Hope all is well, guys. Hi, Jambon. And another cracking day for Man United, I see. It's only a friendly. It doesn't really mean anything. I ain't going to try and hold it over too much. It's like the friendly results don't really matter. It's the first game of the season. That's what matters. All right, I'm going to do Chernarus today. I'm just trying to find a server that I want to go in. Let's see what options we have. Just having a look at launcher now. Good. That one. That's the puppy. Right. I'm joining a server. Yeah, I've not seen any of it, Jambon. I don't care about the friendlies. And it's good that they won. I'm glad Liverpool won, but I'm not watching them. I don't really care. It doesn't matter how they play, as long as like it matters if people get injured. But it's good for Slot more so because it's his first season and he's getting to see the players. You know, he seems to be doing quite well with Carvalho, who didn't really get a look in under Klopp, but early days yet. But I have a bit of a hope that he might actually play a bit. You know, he might turn out to be okay, maybe. Wanto, thank you for the Prime. Full of Brandy, thank you for the 62. Silent Joe, thank you very much too. Wait, aren't you on vacation? No, I'm not. The kids are here. I'm streaming today, probably tomorrow, and then Tuesday as well, probably. Just trying to work out what we have. So I had a bit of a run on this life the other day. I think I'm somewhere on the edge of Cherno. So the weirdest thing at TriCresta, I was sitting on the rocks waiting for the gas to clear. 4 to 5 zombies spawn in, then all drop dead like someone threw an aid. No sound. Darkman, well, the gas kills the zombies unless they're NBC zombies. So yeah, that's quite common. If it's a gas zone that's landed, like a dynamic gas zone, that kills the Zeds. God, I feel all weird. It doesn't feel right. How many bullets have I got for this repeater? 4. A couple more as well. How long am I streaming for today? Good aims, I don't know. Sundays is usually the shortest stream of the week, so it won't be crazy long. Usually Sundays is 5 to 6 hours, so it'll probably be about that. I always find it interesting that people try to get that out of me at the start of the stream. I guess you might be like, oh, I've got to go to the shops or whatever. I kind of understand it. I never really know. You know, if I die after 5 hours, I might stop. If I'm still alive, I might carry on, you know. There's never really a definitive end time. Aside from the fact that Sundays is usually the shortest stream of the week. Me and the missus usually have dinner together on a Sunday, so we're having like a kind of version of paella today that I'm looking forward to, actually. I really like it. Right, Topper. Dr. Dark, thank you for the prime. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Full of brandy, thank you. Wanto ZZ or ZZ. Cheers for the support as well. Thank you. And 49, thanks for the bits. Nope, super chat. When do the PCs get announced? Well, the giveaway still runs until midnight. I'm guessing that the draw will happen tomorrow, and then hopefully we can announce it not long after. But it's the weekend. I'm not going to pester my PC specialist contact right now. But the draw closes at midnight tonight, so the draw's obviously not going to happen until tomorrow. It says in the T's and C's that the giveaway will be announced next week, which means from tomorrow, basically. So we shall see. JP Mac, like I say, it's like a version of paella. It's like a... You get like the... it's like a packet paella. But what I don't mean is it's not a microwave thing. You get like a little sachet with the seasoning in it. And then you get your own chicken and your own whatever you want to put in it. So we put chicken, chorizo, king prawns in it, and like combine it with the sachet, and then you slow cook it with arborio rice. So it would probably upset Spanish people, but I really like it. It's really good. It's one of my favourite meals. I really like it. It's actually something I'd like to do. I'd quite like to go to Spain and have proper paella. That would be good. Like, I've not been to Spain enough. I've been to Italy a lot, and I've been to France a bit. Never been to Spain. Not for any length of time. Andrew, thank you very much for the membering. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you.
Still one of the most enjoyable day streams.
Darkman, thank you. Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I'm not enjoying the amount of time I'm spending on my PC the last few weeks. Like when I'm not streaming. I mean, I enjoy streaming loads, but I have kind of stopped walking because I've been replacing the time I spend walking with working on extra stuff for YouTube. So although I ain't editing, it's still costing me a lot of time. I need to try and work that out, but I'm very pleased with the result on YouTube. The regular videos is producing good results, you know. Like in the last 28 days, I think my views are something like 2.9 million, whereas normally it would be about 2.2, which is good, you know. Like that's not a flex. It's just that's the way it is, right? I'm very pleased with it, but it means that if more people are watching, I'm generating more new subscribers. It's keeping the channel ticking over. Yeah, that's right. My channel views in the last 28 days are 2.9 million, so more than 100,000 views a day on YouTube, which is pretty healthy, you know. For a game like DayZ, it's pretty good. And that's the nice thing with it. Not that it matters, but that none of that is shorts views, you know. So that's all long format views, which means that it's decent for me as well in terms of financials, you know. Shorts don't make any money. They generate you some new subs, but they're not very useful in any other area. So it's 2.9 million views all long. Alex, thank you very much for the 23 months. You're very kind. John, thank you for the super chat. Still one of the most enjoyable DayZ streams. Oh, thank you. Right, well, we might as well loot this. I sometimes bypass this, but I guess we're here. I don't know, I might check a little bit and then bypass it if it feels like it's going to be shit. 5 in 1. Well, that's why I never gave up YouTube, because it seemed like a really good way to keep feeding Twitch. So I never wanted to stop doing YouTube. I always kind of wanted to try and spin both plates for exactly that reason, you know, like people turn up at Twitch and watch the streams because of YouTube, you know. Is this your clever way of telling us you ordered your Richard meal? Even if I could afford a Richard meal, I wouldn't buy one. So no, I'm not getting a Richard meal. FG, well, that's exactly right as well. Having both platforms is a good thing too, you know, like it's good to be across both. I see Deadly Slob has started streaming on Twitter as well. That's somebody was talking to me about the other day, and I'm not sure it's for me, but he's given it a go. I'll be interesting to see how that works for him, what he thinks about it, you know. Wandering Streamer, thank you for the 12 months. Bikers, thank you very much for the support. Alex, thank you again. Lenny, thank you for the 8 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Am I going to do the new Dear Al quest? Stag 9. I did it in its old version. I'm not really feeling entirely motivated to do it. The new version. I think to do the new version, you've got to make stashes. You've got to hide NBC loot or whatever. You know, you've got to find some and then stash it and then carry on and do the rest. Like I can do that potentially if I'm stashing for the same day, but if I'm trying to do it over multiple days while live, I just don't think I can do it. You know, like not on stream. I don't think I can do it, or at least I don't even want to try. You know, like I get too many issues with people watching the stream and trying to meet me, and if I'm building a stash and people have got a day's worth of notice that I'm going to be going back again tomorrow for that stash, it's not going to work. You know, like I don't really feel I want to. It seems a bit of a stretch too far to try and do on stream Lone Wolf. Maybe I could do it in a group. I'm not saying never, but I honestly don't really feel motivated to do it. Was there a bit of fruit on the ground? Oh, it's my old axe. I thought I saw fruit for a second. Lager, yeah, I'm down for a collab with Smoke. I think he knows that. I think we both are. We've been saying it for years. Everyone's bored of hearing it probably, but I'm always down for a collab with Smoke if we're on at the same time. We just ain't. Yeah, we ain't on at the same time, you know. But yeah, I'm definitely down on any map, really. It's fine by me. I don't think we need the NBC stuff. Borf, thank you. Yeah, see, that's one of the reasons why it's like I'm not taking any credit for this really, but I'm about to, but in a backwards kind of way. Exosuit vid was cool. I like the little kill recap at the end. In the draft version, that wasn't in, so I asked Uncuper to do that for me. Now I didn't tell him exactly what to do. Uncuper's very, very talented, right? He's a good guy, but the ending was just me. Well, the ending was just the ending, right? I asked for the little recap with the anthemic music playing. I don't need to tell him what to put in it. He knows exactly what he's doing, but that's why it's taking me longer to get this stuff out, because the video's an hour. I'm watching it back. I'm typing up the odd thing. I'm thinking about how I want it to be, and then I'm sending Uncuper some feedback for the final version. You know, like stuff like that actually takes a little while. Like just watching an hour-long video, you'll never guess how long it takes, you know. But when you're stopping and starting it and feeding back and typing up stuff, you know, it takes nearer to 2 hours, really. He's still streaming, is he? Very cool, Hitman. Yeah, it does happen. We overlap a little bit, but he, if he's been on, he's probably been on, I would guess. I don't even know. I didn't know he was on, to be honest, but I would guess he's probably been on 10 hours or more already, you know, which means there's no room right now, you know. It's not going to work. I should have checked, you know. If he's on a certain map, it might have made that map fuller. I could have maybe gone on it. So he's been on 11 hours. Yeah, he ain't going to be doing any teaming up now, is he? Actually, we could take those out as well. We ought to fill up the Quantum, yeah, somebody else was saying. I'm sure that'll happen at some point, dude. Oh, it's all good, Quantum. No need to say sorry. It's all fine. I don't mind. It's all good. I don't think anyone will even notice that there. So I'm dropping the repeater because I've got extra bullets for the carbine. There's no point carrying it, I don't think. Hi, Detector Jim. I hope you're good. Yeah, I'm doing alright. I hope you're good. Oggysaurus, cheers for the 13 months. Mr. T, thank you for the follow on YouTubes as well. Thank you. Will I announce the PC winners on stream? Henners, I think it'll probably be announced on Twitter. I think I'll probably announce them on Twitter, and then obviously I'll talk about it on stream as well, but it'll probably come from Twitter. The thing with announcing stuff like that, once the 3 winners are drawn, we have to contact the 3 winners first, right? So I can't announce them. Like, say we contact the 3 winners, and one of them turns out to be in Australia. We then need to redraw. Do you know what I mean? Like, sorry, Australians, I'm not picking on you, but obviously the competition's for Europe only. So should somebody have entered incorrectly and they get drawn, there can be a bit of a lag. So it's kind of why I'm being a bit vague. I don't exactly know when we're going to be announcing the giveaway, because it depends how it goes. You know, we might find that one of the 3 winners was not eligible to enter or something, you know, like there has to be a little bit of a suck it and see kind of thing with it, because you just don't know for sure. Hoyds, thank you for the 18 months, dude. Appreciate it. Fucking hell. Just inhaled a bit of my tea. I'll get to that in a second, Felix.
Why, or is it a girl? WH knows you're the best. Keep running. TRMZ.
What is the giveaway?
TRMZG heart. TRMZG heart. TRMZG heart. TRMZB coin. TRMZB coin.
Maybe just one emote if possible. Geggy, thank you very much for the support. That's GeggyManZ Twitch baby. Sounds like it. I don't know. I'd best not say. Am I allowed to say a fictitious name for an GeggyManZ? It's a boy. Cheers, Geggy. Hoyds, thank you. Oggysaurus, thank you. So I just read a question about shotguns. I've said a few times, why don't I enjoy shotguns? It's because they don't have much range. I don't enjoy shotguns because they're boring to use, you know. They're very easy to use, especially with buckshot. I don't always hit, you know. I'm not saying I'm like a surgeon with a shotgun, but you find them everywhere. The bullets are everywhere. Shells are everywhere. They're really easy. They're really powerful. I saw a short from the Freshborns the other day, you know, like the shotgun one-taps every player to the chest at closer range, except for a plate carrier. Every other vest, you die to one hit. They're so powerful. They're OP and they're everywhere, and that's why I don't enjoy them. I just find them. I'm not the best PvPer in the world, but let's say a kill with the SKS seems more fun and more skillful and more earned than just blatting someone with a shotgun. It's just a bit too easy. They're too easy as a secondary. Like, you could literally legitimately use a double barrel as your only secondary, even when you're endgame geared, and it would work pretty well. You know, it really would. They're just a bit too much, and that's kind of realistic based on a shotgun in real life. But it's one of the problems with shotguns in video games. If they're kind of a tool like they are in real life, they're normally too powerful for what they do, for where you find them, how common they are. You know. I don't think they should change the damage system of the shotguns, but I do think they should make them rarer in the spawn zones. I think maybe the single barrel should spawn in spawn zones, but the double barrel and the MP133 should spawn in tier 3 or 4, maybe tier 2. But I don't think they should spawn in the coast on Chernarus. I don't think you should be able to find like double barrel shotguns, which are like murder machines. where you spawn. They're just too good for that, to find them that early. Maybe the single barrel. I think the rounds are too common as well. The rounds, like, I just dropped that repeater, right? But we should be using repeaters more in the spawn areas. We should be using magnums more and scorpions more and IJ pistols and stuff. I really want the lower tier weapons to be what you have to use in the spawn zones. If the shotguns are there, none of those other guns matter because the shotgun is so much better, you know? It's such a simple thing to change, and I think it would be a really good thing to change. Doesn't mean it will. Is this the same character from the last stream? No, I did play on this character a while ago. I wasn't the last stream. The last stream I was doing Bitterroot. The last stream ended with an absolutely crazily cool radio hunt. You know, I was using the radio. I'd met a buddy in game, and we were using VoIP. And we found radios and we went to 91.3, and then another team of 2 started talking on the radio, so we went and used the radio to hunt them and kill them. It was absolutely fucking epic. One of my favourite things I've ever done in the game. It was amazing. Oops. Joseph, thank you for the membership. Cheers for the support, dude. Gazmoden, thank you. William, cheers for the gifted memberships. Really appreciate it, dude. Thank you. I'm starting to think maybe I should stop sharing any thoughts about DayZ on Twitter, because I'm fed up of, like, absolute knobs. Like, oh my god, some of the stupid things that people said to me on... like, the devs tweeted about there being a wipe, and I was very pleased about that. And I just kind of sort of said, like, something to the tune of... Like, because the last wipe they did in the game, they wiped the server but not the character. And that really has bad connotations for the game. If you've got, like, a big clan, or worse, if you're on console and you've got someone with a load of alt accounts, they can just log out with all of the gear, you know, like... Not wiping the characters is really unfair for people that want to game the loot economy, right? And I think that's a reasonable response. I had people on like Twitter going like tell me about my life's history and about my gambling and about how I let my kids down and how my ex-wife is being made happy by other people and stuff. Just because I'm talking about the game, you know. So people are fucking stupid. People are so stupid. And it turns out that they're actually really upset because they think I got ninja slippers taken out of the game. What it really is they got their precious little exploit taken away and they don't like it. Das, thank you very much for the 84 months. Cheers for the support, dude. I didn't get ninja slippers taken out. I fed back, but don't anyone think that what I say has that much weight with the devs. It really doesn't. If it did, the audio would have been changed 2 fucking years ago. And it hasn't, has it? OG, thank you for the 2 months. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Oh, it's no big deal. It happens. It's not like it affected me. One dude was really trying to get under my skin, and I kept replying politely to him. And then in the end, after a while, I just blocked and moved on. But I kept replying politely, and he kept trying to wind me up. It was fucking lovely, you know. Like, it's not going to work, you know. Like that was the one that was trying to have a go at me about like the fact that I apparently I was an addicted gambler, and that wrecked my life, and I'm a loser, and all that. Whatever he was saying, all these different things, but. I was just replying nicely. That doesn't help because they try and... Oh, it doesn't help them, but it helps me. Deleted his Twitter? No way. Have I played on the Westerns map? Not as yet, no. I saw the Freshborn started on stream on it the other day. I didn't watch a lot of the stream, but I was kind of interested to see. But then I didn't stick around and watch enough of it. I stopped using Twitter 10 years ago. Twitter is good, but I fear if I open Pandora's box and start talking about it at the moment. But Twitter is good if you can tailor it to what you want. But at the moment, I am struggling to go on Twitter and not feel like deleting my Twitter account. It's awful. And I'm not trying to talk about the owner of it and such like. I'm just talking about the general stupidity everywhere. My god.
TRMZ cool.
Ericsson, thank you very much for the 29 months. Pooh hat, well that doesn't sound good. Maybe next time. Ericsson, OG Renga, thank you very much once again. Cheers, guys. Thank you. Brandon Stevens, cheers for the follow on YouTube. Rag, I have no idea what to tell you. Without, I can't help you from here. I've entered Gleam giveaways in the past, and sometimes I've had to leave and come back, and then where it says +1, that's confirmed as done. But I don't know what to tell you, dude. Thick Daddy, honestly, I don't really want to get really involved in it. It's a few morons being stupid, I think, if I'm being honest. Like the same ones that trawl around getting in whatever they can. There are some legitimate concerns, but that's not it. Honestly, it's just shameful what's going on at the moment in the UK. Yeah, but it's not going to last very long. But yeah, it's bad. Nice. I don't think it's the place for the stream, to be honest. Let's just say I feel really fucking shameful about the behaviour of some people. There's some people on both sides of that are behaving not very well, but there's a whole of a lot of people behaving abysmally with no good reason, with false reasons and absolute nonsense. And that's as much as I want to say. It's reprehensible. When's the next DayZ event? There's actually a DayZ event at the weekend. So there's an event running on Saturday and Sunday that Ariana and Chimney are doing. So next weekend, I'm not in it because my kids are here. So just bad luck, you know. There's two big events in the summer. True Colours was on my birthday. And then the next event is like this weekend where I have the kids for 2 weeks, and that's when the kids are here. So the kids are actually here today, but they've gone to my mum's. They're staying at my grandma's, their grandma's, my mum's, for today, tomorrow and Tuesday. And then I've got them for 10 days myself, 9 days actually. But nonetheless, the weekend that the event is on is the weekend when I've got my kids, so I'm not streaming. Any good plans for the little one? Well, I asked them both what they wanted to do. Like, what did they want to do? And the big one doesn't want to do anything. The 15-year-old is just like a typical teenager. She's like, I don't want to do nothing except moan about the things that we do. It's pretty much the truth. She don't want to do anything. But the 12-year-old sat down and wrote like a summer bucket list. So we're going to work through some of those. So she's got things on there like go to the beach, go to a theme park, go to the zoo, like go to Jimmy's farm, which people will know about if they're around Suffolk kind of way. She's written some things on there that she wants to do. So we're just going to work through some of those. We'll do what the 12-year-old wants, basically, and then the 15-year-old will moan, whilst also being given the choice to do whatever she wants and not picking a single thing. That's basically what will happen. How can you enter the giveaway? Marky, if you're 18 or over and living in Europe, you can enter !10th. Click on the link and follow it through. Bond, I need to restart. I really do. The last few weeks I've been not very healthy at all. I've not been eating brilliantly. I've been drinking a bit more than I want to. Well, no, not more than I want to, more than I should. And I've not been doing the steps because I've just been busy. I've been burning the candle both ends for professional stuff, if you like. I don't know if professional's the right word, but I need to try and find some time to go and be healthy for an hour or two and go out and walk and get to the outside. Co-man, that wasn't on there. Well, White Death, I did all of that as well. At least while they're young, they really need you and want you, you know. Once they get older, they just think they know more than you and that you're stupid. Yeah, we're allowed fireworks in the UK, Eric. We use them really around 2 periods of time. New Year's Eve and then November the 5th, which is fireworks night or Guy Fawkes night. They're the 2 most common. So obviously maybe on certain occasions perhaps, but yeah, November the 5th and a few days running up, and then New Year's Eve and sometimes between Christmas and New Year's Eve.
Grand complications, Paul lol.
How's your new Patek Philippe Grand Complication? I wish. Cheers 49, thank you. One day, I don't have to pay for it myself. J-Boy, thank you for the 16 months. J-Boy, no, I don't want to do stuff like that. Usually stuff like that, like football or walking football or whatever, it's usually in the evening, and that's where I don't have time. You know, I've got time. If I have time, it's in the morning. You know, so I'm not going to change my schedule around to go and try and do something like that. If I change my schedule around, it's usually so me and the missus can go to the cinema or something like that. You know, it's for a use that's seemingly more positive for us, I suppose. Sorry for asking. Probably you say it like Mike. I haven't seen your question. That's your first message. What's your question, Mike? Sorry, I can see you saying sorry for asking. Probably you say it a lot. How to participate in the giveaway? Ah, that second question. Okay. Exclamation 10th. Type exclamation 10th and click that. Hi, Broken. Yeah, I'm pretty good. Hope you're good. It's spelt as in the letters, so there you go. Rag. Oh, it's already done. Topper's already done it. Like, there you go. Click that link. You do need to live in Europe and be 18 or over. The UK and Europe, just to qualify that. Heard the new DLC map is going to be smaller than Livonia. I think it is a bit smaller than Livonia, but that doesn't make it necessarily small. It's 3 times the size of Namalsk in terms of the landmass, so Namalsk is small. It's going to be It's going to be kind of like a medium-sized map, I think. And because it's cold, because there's going to be the challenges with the environment, and then there's going to be islands and maybe ice sheets to traverse and stuff, it'll still take a while to do looting, I suspect, you know. I need to check Barnes, actually. I keep forgetting. I think Barnes can spawn guns on this one. Hi Bex, I'm doing okay. So my kids are staying at my mum's for 3 days from today, right? But my sister's down with her family this morning, so I've been round. I've took the kids round, and we were there for like, I don't know, an hour and a half or something. But we took our dog, and they've got a 13-month-old Cocker Spaniel, and we've got a 2-and-a-bit-year-old Springer Spaniel, Welsh Springer. So it was quite fun, like saying hello to the nephew and niece and everything and whatnot. But the 2 dogs like playing around together. It's kind of fun. It's good for our dog because he gets quite excitable, you know, like he gets really excitable at little bouncy kids and stuff. He just wants to play, but a little overly excited. So it's quite good for him to interact with this kind of stuff. It's pretty useful for him. Alf, yeah, I had a bit of an interesting weekend with trolls. That dude really didn't bother me. I was quite happy to just reply and like take the overly polite reply response until he like realizes he's not gonna like sticks and stones nonsense. You know, don't always reply. Sometimes I ignore these people, but sometimes I reply. But stay really polite. It just winds them up more. But I had one on email that wound me up more. You know, the dude's, to be fair, he sent me an email after and kind of apologised, which is fair enough. But I did tweet about it yesterday. But after I realised he'd emailed me back, I deleted it just so as not to cause him any fucking more drama. But I had a dude email me and very kindly messaged me with a piece of music which was like a heavy metal version of my theme tune. You know, in June. And I listened to it and I said thank you very much, and I said something like, if I can ever use my starting soon screen again, I might use it at the start of the stream from time to time, which I probably would have done. As of yet, I haven't done that, have I? I still can't use my starting soon screen, but he then, something like the 6th of June, sent me 5 emails on the same day, and they were all like one-liners. And so my Gmail just put it in the spam folder. He sent me one more email since. That went in the spam folder. So yesterday, just as I was having my dinner, I glanced at my phone and I've got someone having a right go at me because I didn't reply to their email and how I don't care and they don't understand how I've made them feel and this, that and the other. And I'm like, fuck me dead. Like if somebody messages me offering to pay me to sponsor them, I don't always reply. It's just crazy. The dude did like come back and say, yeah, I'd probably gone a bit far, I'm sorry, and he had a reason. I'm not going to go into it, but let's just say he has some challenges. But nonetheless, it was a nice, pleasant email. I've never played Rust, no. I'm not a massive fan of the kind of base building grind type games, and I know Rust is great for those that want it, but base building and base raiding is not something that particularly appeals to me. And the kind of version of survival where you start naked and you have a rock and then you bash the rock on other rocks and then you bash that on, you turn it into something, and then you're standing at a tree cutting logs down, and then that kind of stuff doesn't really appeal to me. I really love that in DayZ. If you want something like an axe, you have to go and find it. You don't just get to get a stone and then make an axe, and then maybe there's a slightly better axe later if you can find it. I really love that you have to go and loot your stuff in DayZ, you know. Mario, I can see why. To be fair, it's one of those things, but silly little things like that, I didn't know I was going to get an email. Like that one annoyed me a bit because I was checking my email just after dinner, I think it was, and then I'm sitting on the sofa, the kids are around, and then I'm getting wound up by some dude like whoa. Because like if you email someone, they don't reply back to you, do you ever go back and start having a big go at them? You know, like, nobody's owed a reply, even if I had read it, which I hadn't. It's just, yeah, tedious. So yeah, maybe I should stop tweeting. To which my answer to that was to then tweet some more stuff about the game last night. That was smart, wasn't it? I completely get why people love Rust. I understand it. I just don't, you know. I've tried a few games of that ilk. For example, Ark. I know it's a slightly different one, but it's a similar type in that you've got to grind to build your base and then craft your way there and craft, like, rank up. In Ark, you have to rank up to then put saddles on certain things and that. No, not for me. I'm going to do the prison island. We've got some. I actually should put that on there. I don't know why I didn't already. That's stupid, isn't it? I'd like to put that in there as well, just to stop it getting ruined. Robbie, I wish I could stop doing this so much, but it's almost like a tick. It's not a nervous tick or whatever, but I just can't help it. Like, I find myself pressing the button even when I'm not looking at the screen. You know, I did that one on purpose, obviously, but the zoom is really critical, and zooming in and out a few times, it changes the way bushes and things render. So there's a lot of reason to go in and out as well. But after 10 years of playing the game, I kind of do it without even looking at the screen. Half the time I'm reading a message in the chat. But using the zoom to its full extent is a really important thing, you know, especially like moments like this. If you're not zooming in, you're getting it wrong, you know, like, it's really important to do, but it can become a bit much. Silker, I played Tarkov to mid-level 40s, 50 a couple of times. I haven't played Tarkov for about 4 years. I don't like certain elements of it, for me personally. Again, Rust and Tarkov are both much more popular than DayZ. They're just not for me necessarily. Once you lose the edge of caring whether you succeed, and like if you're doing a quest or a task in Tarkov, and you need to escape to complete it, or you've low geared and you've just killed someone with an OP SKS and they've got crazy good gear that you can't get, and you're trying to escape, it's really cool. But when you get to a certain level, it doesn't matter. You know, like if you die, you can just rebuild it all really quickly. You know? Is Tarkov more popular than DayZ now? It's very hard to get stats on it, Toes, because it's not on Steam. But yeah, it will be. If you just look at the viewing figures on Twitch, it's massively more popular than Tarkov, you know. You can't ever really get the facts.
And looks so good tonight. Must be spring in Chernarus. Open mouth smile, open mouth smile.
Because it's not on Steam, so like Tarkov is not something you need there's no launcher counting players and stuff, you know. James, cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Cheers for the super chat. Thanks for coming in, dude. Yeah, it's nice to have a little run around on Chernarus. I kind of just thought I'd have a little bit of a break from the modded stuff today. Well, this is still modded, but I mean modded map. Ghosts, cheers for the new sub. Very, very kind. Tisdo, Joseph Jones, Sayulis, Wiltshire, cheers for the resubs and new subs. Thank you. Tarkov is definitely the most... it's the best tactical shooter on DayZ. Sorry, on DayZ, on PC. It is the best tactical shooter on PC, but I just don't... I've played a lot of FPS games over the years, and once you lose the ability to care whether you succeed or don't, because your traders are all unlocked and you've got the hideout churning your gear, and it just loses interest. And I really do find certain elements annoying, like you have a really load of fun on a Saturday night, right? A load of fun on a Saturday night playing the game, and it's really great. You have fun. And then you've got to like set yourself an alarm on the Monday morning to make sure you go and collect all your insurance and then put more gas in your hideout. And then you've got to go back on Wednesday and do... It's just... it's not... that element to it really winds me up. And I'm sure it's great for those that love it, but having to log in to replenish stuff in your hideout and collect the insurance and stuff, it just... It's not fun to me. I want to just play it. I don't want to have to come back later, otherwise I get penalised. And again, that's just my opinion. I completely appreciate Tarkov is a very popular game.
Termite walks into a saloon and asks, "Hey, is your bartender here?"
Oh dear. It took me a second. They have like brass bars and like non-wooden bars around our parts some places, you know. Ryu, thank you for the support. Hardy Hobo, thank you. Cabeson, thank you for the prime. Clayton Bigsy, thank you for the new sub as well. You're very kind. Cheers, guys. Thank you very much. Kind of hoping we might get ourselves an SKS while we're here.
Have you watched the latest Wobo vid on 1.26 yet? What are your views on infected meat?
I have watched it. Yes, I watched it. I missed the stream on Thursday, which I meant to watch the stream and just got my times wrong. I missed half of it, so I didn't. I watched the Wobo recap. Which is kind of annoying, but anyway, I've seen the Wobo recap. Very cool. I think, oh my word, look, I've talked it in. I have. I quite like the idea that infected meat isn't like a free pass to like easy food. I talked about it a bit on Twitter. Like, I think they are making some interesting changes to try and make the game a bit more of a challenge. But a lot of what they're changing seems to be just challenging new spawns, and it doesn't seem to be challenging geared players. You know, like, if you've got experience in the game, you're not new spawn for very long. You're very, very easily off in. If you know the map and you know what you're doing, you're off into the map, you're getting good gear, and it's relatively easy. I think they could do with making some challenges for the endgame geared players, and that is one. It's only a very minor one, but it's very true that, for example, bears are mostly spawning in the endgame geared areas, so they're always... It would be harsh if bears spawned in Electro, so bears tend to be around Devil's Castle or up near Sinistock and near Tissy and whatnot, you know. If you're up that way, you've normally got really good gear, and so a bear turns up, you kill it really easily, and then you've got the best food in the game. It makes sense in a way that you get the best food, because it's the hardest thing to kill, but where they are, you're geared enough to kill them really fucking easy, you know. Like, Like, normally when I'm encountering a bear, I'm waiting until it's closer to me so I don't miss a shot, you know. It's not a threat. It's an easy kill, you know. Like, unless I've got not the right gear or something, but that's very rare because of where they are. So I think making the meat infected is a decent thing, but it's a tiny thing, you know. It really isn't a big deal. I think they need to do some things to make challenging, like survival, a bit more challenging to endgame gears players that are actually compelling. That's good. I like it. I think it's a cool thing. It's a start. But the stuff that challenges endgame geared players are tedious things like rain and getting wet and then having to make a fire and then it takes ages to dry and then it just rains again, you know. It's not actually very fun, you know. Like I want to see it harder to carry guns. I want to see it harder to carry... I talked about it on Twitter last night, you know. This backpack can take the SKS in it. It shouldn't. It shouldn't take that gun in it. I know I've not got it in there, but they need to start making it harder to be all things to all players as an endgame geared character. I fucked that up, didn't I? I don't want to be able to have a DMR and an SVD on my back and an AKM and fuck knows what else in my backpack. It's stupid. I want them to make it challenging in a different way than we're going to just monotonously slow you down by having endless bouts of rain and fires and rain and fires and rain and fires. Thank you, Rapid. Yeah, it was very cool. I was very pleased with the end result on that video. Rob, cheers for the resub. Sorry, cheers for the new member running. Thank you. CJ, thank you for the 8 months. Noah, thank you for the new sub member. Paul, cheers for the super chat. And Glove, cheers for the resub as well, dude. I'm going to go up here. Probably shouldn't, but there might be a box of SKS rounds. So I maybe should drop the carbine, the CR527, because I've got the PU scoped Mosin, right? I can use the Mosin with the PU scope, which is in the cooking pot at the moment. But for now, I think I'm going to take both. Just keep the CR527. It's slightly better with the PLAD, and also it's a bit more powerful as well. And I don't know, the SKS can jam, whereas the 527 can't. I don't have a cleaning kit. Yeah, it's about 10 SKS rounds to kill a bear, but that's not too hard. Well, that wasn't really worth it, was it? Just have a quick look around. All that water around in your yellow water. I'm not sure if I got this water from a player or if I filled it myself, but I guess we'll find out. But yeah, I'm interested to see how they're going with the, like, Wobo's video talks about the inventory changes. So the devs are looking to change the inventory a little bit and reduce some of the sizes. And I think that makes sense. But a lot of the things they're changing is the size of the t-shirt and the size of the raincoat and the size of some of the early game, like the hunting jacket. Sorry, no, the hunting vest is going to be smaller sized as well, you know. I think they're all small changes, but they won't really make a huge difference to the game, you know, like... It's quite easy still to get looted if you're experienced. I think it will hurt new spawns. Oh god, I should have kept those other gloves. It'll hurt new spawns and it'll hurt new players, but I don't think it will really hurt experienced players very much. And I still think it's not a bad thing to do, but I think it's not the only thing to do. Corey, thank you very much for the support. And you're still going to be able to eat the predator meat, but you might need meds to do so. I'm willing to bet that bear meat will still be the best energy in the game in terms of the calories you get from it. But you maybe you carry tetracycline with you, you know, like... It won't be particularly hard necessarily. If you think about where you kill bears, if there's a med that you can carry that allows you to eat bear, it won't be hard to have found that way before you get to where the bears are, you know, like... In reality, it's not that big of a deal, you know. Like, it might be a little bit more for wolves because you can get attacked by wolves nearer to the spawn zones. You can, but for stuff like bears, it's really not going to change the game a great deal. You know, by the time you've killed a bear and can be eating it, you'll have had the opportunity to pick up the meds if you wanted to. They need to add invisible tigers. And Anthony Gordon in a Liverpool shirt. Joshua, thank you for the membership, dude. Thank you for coming in. Hi, MP. Hope you're good. That sucks. Get lost, he's ours. For now. I don't know. Unless Liverpool are selling Diaz, I'm not sure they should be trying to buy him anyway, really. But there we go. Yeah, Alf, I definitely agree with that. That's something that the NBC loot takes up a lot of space now. If they're going to reduce the sizes of jackets and trousers and vests, not all of them, but some of them, I think. But if they're going to do that, I really think it's a good idea that they look at the NBC loot. Like maybe NBC trousers could be 3 slots high and 1 slot wide, rather than three slots high and 2 slots wide. You know, like they take up too much space. I think if you're going to reduce the inventory size down, then stuff like NBC stuff on vanilla is huge. Or maybe an NBC case, yeah, maybe. Yeah, there's talk of Diaz wanting to go to Barcelona. Yeah, just the SKS is the gun I was really hoping to find. I don't particularly want the Pioneer. If I went with the Pioneer that was just below, it would split my rounds a little bit in terms of I can use the SKS with the 7.62 and then I can use 5.56 with the Pioneer. But I don't have a mag. I might end up getting that Pioneer. I may get it. We shall see. You should have to sacrifice to carry stuff in those loot areas. Well, Mike, that's your call. I don't think people will sacrifice. I think they just won't do it. I think that's the thing. You can make it so tedious to do that people. It's already hard, right? In the current system, it's hard to carry all those things. In terms of stamina and like inventory space, it already is a bit of a ball ache. And is it a challenge? Maybe not. But you can travel a bit lighter. That's true. You know, it will still be achievable, but it doesn't really make it. It's not a hard feature. That's the thing. It's not like your rags getting dirty and then you getting an illness is a cool survival mechanic that has a story to it. You know, like it's not hard to drop a few things necessarily. It can just lead to like frustration, and I think that's the gamble. The balance is hard to know where it is. You know, like I'm not sure it's balanced right now. I could carry that. I just don't know. I don't know if I really want to. I think I'm going to certainly be withholding what I think until I try it. I'm looking forward to trying it. I think it's a good idea, but it's already a ball ache to do an NBC run right now. Like it's not really compellingly hard, is my point. You know, like it really isn't. It's not so tricky to reduce down what you're carrying. Says a loot whore, of course, but I don't need to be. You know. Which is better, the Pioneer, the SSG, or the CR? They're all very, very similar, dude. They're all very, very similar. They're very, very similar in terms of the damage that they do. The 5.56 round is a slightly quicker travelling round, so it's slightly better at longer range, potentially, but they're all really similar, and they're designed to be that way, so it's more about what bullets you have, what other gun you're going to use with it, I suppose, you know, but one thing for sure, though, if you can get the right scope and you can find a suppressor somehow, The Pioneer takes a proper suppressor, so if you can get the Pioneer with the suppressor and an ACOG scope, it's the best. But if you're playing on true vanilla, the suppressors only spawn in gas zones, so by the time you find the suppressor, you won't be putting it on a Pioneer, you know, you'll be putting it on something better. You see, that's the thing, risk versus reward, but there isn't much reward for the NBC zones, you know, like people have said, oh, that like the loot's really, really good there. You should, yes, you can find M4s there and you can find AKMs there, but you can find DMRs on convoys. It's easier to get a DMR than it is to go to a gas zone and get an SVD. DMRs are easier. You know, like helicopter crash site loot and DMR loot is easier than convoy loot. The convoy, the gas zones are a fun challenge, but there are, by the time you've ended up maybe in Tissy trying to find your last bit of NBC loot, you've already got an AK-101, you've possibly got a DMR, you've maybe got a Tundra. By the time you've got to the end of your NBC collecting, you're so geared you don't really need to go to the gas zone anymore. You know, that, I'm not trying to say I want it to be easier. I'm just making the point that the choice of dropping an AK-101 so that you've got the space to carry NBC loot in case you might get an M4 doesn't seem worth the bother. You know, that's the point I'm making. Like, it's not you're so geared already that it's not worth the fuck around to go and do it. And I'm not trying to make it easier per se, aside from maybe it fits in your backpack a little bit more easily than it does right now. Did that Pioneer have a mag? I didn't check it, did I? No, it didn't. I need some new boots, actually. I've not even looked. Has there been any shoes around here? I've not been looking. MP, I think it can be harder, but it depends in which way. Like, the key thing for me is, like, making the game harder is fun. But what makes it... What's harder and what's tedious is different for everybody, you know? So, like, I don't find it hard that it rains and you get wet. I just find it tedious, as one example, you know. I really like the changes that make the game hard with good stories behind them, you know, and things that you can try and overcome if you work hard, you know, like if you catch an illness, you can go and find the meds, you can ride it out, you can play it the right way, you can steer near a water source, and you can wait out cholera, or you can go and look for meds, but make sure you've got you can't leave and go look for meds until you've got like a cooking pot or a bottle with water in it or whatever, you know, like that's compelling survival, right? But there are lots of features that get suggested as being making the game harder, but they don't really make it harder. They just make it slower. And not in a... There's no compelling survival... There's no compelling survival story with it. Or there's no way to overcome it. Yeah, I kind of don't know. I don't know if I should be going. I think I'm going to do it. Just why not? It's only chambered. But I've got quite a lot of bullets. I'm just going to drop the carbine. Slower is harder. No, it depends what your definition of hard is. Like, if you're struggling to find food and you have to go fishing, yes, it's slower. But you're doing something that's quite like you're doing compelling survival features. You've got a mechanic to overcome the fact that the food is rarer, you know. Like, but if it's slower because you're drying yourself out at a fire and then 10 minutes later it rains again, it's just monotony, you know. It's not. There's no compelling story to it, you know. Like, to me, you know, like you can have a different opinion, but to me it's just boring. I think rain does make... I didn't say it didn't make it necessarily harder, Taverner. Well, I did, kind of, but it's not that hard, you know. It's just slow. Like, what can you do about it as well? You know, if you've got a plate carrier on, which let's face it, if you're playing on a full pop server, you have to wear decent chest protection. You can't not wear it, you know. You have to wear it. If it rains and it gets wet and then you dry it out and it's still raining, is it hard to sit in a house, or is it dull,
it's a good
you know?
effect, but annoying.
And I'm not trying to say I want it to not do it. I just like it to be like a bit more like it rains and then you're pretty much guaranteed it won't rain for 45 minutes or something like that, you know. You get a decent downpour and then it doesn't rain for a little while. Not it rains for 5 minutes, you dry yourself, then it rains again for 5 minutes, then you dry yourself, then it rains again for 5 minutes. It's not hard, is it? You know, it's really easy to overcome. Like, it's not like getting sick and you don't have the meds and you have to go and find it and maybe you're at the medical and somebody else is there or whatever. It's not hard to overcome. It's really easy to light a fire and sit there doing nothing for 5 minutes while you wait for your clothes to dry. It's not hard to do. There's no tough challenge to it. It's just time, and what are you doing during that time? Sitting looking at a fire. You know, like, it's alright every now and then, but if it becomes once every hour, like, not every map needs to become like Namalsk. That doesn't work for Chernarus. It's a much bigger map. Doesn't make sense. The Namalsk level of requiring fires makes sense for Namalsk, because it's a smaller map, and it's a much more different map.
Gonna start playing DayZ straight away if I win the rig.
Well, good luck, dude. Maximus, good luck. Hope you do okay. Thank you for the support. Ben, thank you. Master Noob, Hogstrom. Cheers for the support as well, guys. Thank you very much. Corey, thank you for the gifted membership. Joshua Stone, thank you for membering yourself.
42 months with this guy named The Running Man. I swear he runs better than Forrest Gump.
I don't know if the changes they're making are going to have any difference to, like, spawn killing. I don't think they will. If the DayZ devs wanted to help stop spawn killing, as you said, Ragston I think it was, or Ragton, they wouldn't be making everybody spawn in the same place, would they? You know, like, if they were bothered about new spawn killing, they wouldn't be making every fucker in the map spawn in the same place for 6 minutes. What do I think of lure fishing? I mean, I think the changes to fishing look positive, to be honest. I think they're good. I think having to actually watch what you're doing and, like, strike, if you like. So I think you're going to hold left trigger down to fish like you do now, but you're going to have to release at exactly the right moment or you don't catch a fish, you know? Like I often struggle to release at the right moment, you know? It could be good. Hi Dark Grotty, how you doing? Thanks for coming in. Yeah, the heat buff changes might help with that, Baba Yaga. That's true. So they're making it so you can get, like, the plus symbol with 3 plus symbols, if you like.
$5. I delivered a gaming monitor yesterday in Wickham Market for a guy called Paul. I was really hoping it would be used, so I can finally meet the guy. Keep running.
Yeah, afraid not. Very cool, though, dude. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you. Joshua, cheers for the... Sorry, thank you for the tip, Sevilty. Cheers for the tip. And Joshua, thank you for the super chat. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Ragton. Ragtag. It's the fog that will stop you sitting on a mountain sniping freshies. I don't think many people do that, dude. I don't think many people do sit on a mountain shooting freshies. If there's somebody in Electro killing fresh spawns, they're normally hiding in a building, and there's a couple of them. One's shooting out the window, one's covering the stairs. I don't think it'll make a whole lot of difference. I don't know why people are worried about it, you know, like somebody said
What's
similar on Twitter.
Tonight, Big Papa? Had lamb pitters and thought of you.
Very nice. I've got paella. It's my favourite thing that we have that my missus does. You know, my favourite that I cook is I do like a chicken pea and parmesan risotto, which is really good. But the one I like the best that she does is this paella one with, like, chorizo in it. It's so good. But yeah, coming back to I don't know why people think it's a problem. I don't think the devs are trying to get rid of it, by the way. The fog is is going to be cool. We used to have fog more on the coast. I think that'll be like... So they're making it so fog happens more at lower levels. Obviously, when you're near the sea, you're at low levels, right? When you go up into the north of the map, there'll be no fog because you're way above sea level, right? So I think that's kind of cool. We've had that in the game in the past, but it didn't really change any spawn camping because people don't really sit on a mountain doing it. They go and do it in a town. Like, part of the fun of being the spawn killer is to talk to the people that you're trolling, you know, like... People don't really sit on a mountain shooting new spawns. They tend to get in amongst it. And if you've got someone if you've got a group of 2 or 3 in Electro with really good gear, that's a challenge. That's fun, you know. Like you can leave them. You know where they are. You don't have to go there. But if you get killed by them, you can go and find some basic gear and then go and kill them and then take their gear. Or you can team up some other fresh spawns and take their gear. You know. If you're in Electro for 5 hours, camping it, killing new spawns, at some point in those 5 hours, you're going to die and lose it. You know? And you're going to lose it to someone that you killed already, and they came and got you with a shotgun, or they came and got you with a magnum, or whatever it might be. It will happen sooner or later. It's kind of fun. It's part of the game. That it's kind of fun. And it doesn't happen very much either. It really doesn't. Chris, I haven't thought about that. No, to be honest, I don't think I'll be doing any signed photos. I did for the last charity stream do a giveaway for the top 3 contributors, and the top contributor got a signed mouse mat, which was cool. But having seen a video the other day about illegal lotteries, the charity stream this year will have no prizes on the basis that I've discovered that it's not legal. So there'll be no prizes this year, sorry. Which really sucks because it actually really helped to raise money, but I can't do that anymore. I didn't know it was. You're not allowed to do it. Hi Vengeful Nut, hope you're good. Thanks for coming in. Am I in position of... Yeah, Burning, you were the winner, obviously. I guess you are in a way, yeah. You are in a position of illicit goods, yeah. Lady, like... If you think about lotteries, like the National Lottery, they have to make it so that not everybody can just do those off their own back. So, like in the UK, we have a National Lottery. You buy your ticket, it's £1. And then you have to, or maybe it's more, I don't know, I haven't played the lottery in years and years and years, like 15 maybe, but you buy your ticket and then you have the chance to win a prize. You're not allowed to have prizes in the UK similar to that, so if you think about the competitions that you have, like phoning competitions like on This Morning, where they have like a ring this number or text this and the cost is £2 to enter, they always have a free to enter option. You can send a postcard in to an address, which nobody does, right? But they have to offer a free option. You're not allowed to have a prize where the only way to enter it is to pay, unless it's a government-backed lottery, right? That's why. I didn't know that. It never occurred to me that saying to people, if you're one of the top donators, I'll give you X. That just seemed to be like a good way to raise extra money for the charity, but effectively it's also an illegal lottery. You can have a raffle... But that's not the same. You can have a raffle, like obviously raffles at there's no free entry, but a raffle with a low prize is not the same as trying to get people to tip for a charity and giving them something that's worth hundreds of pounds, and the only way to enter it was paying money. Like a local raffle in a school freight is not like a lottery, you know. But yeah, so anyway, the charity stream this year, I was actually already collating prizes. I was doing a few things with that in mind, but yeah, I guess I won't be doing now.
Just for good luck winning the PC. That's FALL. Almost a babies love the streams.
So, for example, it would be against the rules on Twitch to have like a giveaway that's for subs only. You know, like if I had a giveaway that was for subs only, that would be an illegal lottery as well. Yeah, last time I played the lottery, it was £1 to enter. I don't know when that was, but it was probably a while ago. Do you keep the charity money? What kind of question is that? Yeah, I keep the charity money. Yeah, I raise money for a good cause and then I keep it and spend it. Yeah. Charity starts at home, dude. What kind of stupid question is that? The money doesn't go to me. It gets held by like a charity website like Just Giving, you know, so the money doesn't get held by me. Monty, thank you very much for the 5 months. Sin, thank you very much as well. Sinjin, cheers for the support, dude. Sinjin Smythe. Or Sinjin Smith, that is, but yeah. Now I can't get the theme tune to the man with the golden gun out of my mind. Come across any players yet? No, actually, it's been pretty quiet. This loot route can be like that, though. It's not always the most hectic loot route. Sometimes it can be, though. It's just luck of the draw. It's a shitload of Zeds, isn't there? She's a feisty one. Ragtag, I know who Stimpy is, but I've never bumped into him. No, probably just as well for my own safety. I think if I don't as well, I'd sort of suggest. I hope they improve the knives in the next update. I don't want to carry 10 knives. Well, that if they're making the inventory smaller, these are all things to consider. Like you say, you know, like you do. I always carry 2 or 3 knives for exactly that reason. That you can get a sharpening stone, of course, but like having to carry a sharpening stone to fix your knife, having to carry weapon cleaning kits to fix your guns, sewing kits to fix your clothes, leather kits to fix your boots, epoxy to fix your hat. These all take space, and so if they make the inventory smaller, the rate of wear that these things have may or may not need to be looked into. It's hard to say right now, but people are saying, "Oh, you just have to travel light, and you have to travel this, that." Yeah, all right then, and then you're I don't know, your AK jams in a firefight because you travel light and don't have a cleaning kit, or your jacket gets ruined, so then you have to like. These are all the choices in the game, and they're all positive, but it can feel like the game starts to punish you for needless things like having to carry 2 knives, but now you've got no space in your shirt, so you only need 2 knives because you can't kill 10 zombies before your knife gets ruined, you know, like this is where it can start to feel punitive and not hard. So there's an interesting balance that needs to be found, you know, with whatever change gets made, you know. I don't think it's too bad right now. I'm not trying to say things need to change, but knives do wear crazily quickly. They are OP. Knives are stupidly quick to kill players, way too quick. Knives are OP in the game, but they do wear really quick. Maybe that's the trade-off, but it's not hard. The knives are everywhere, so it's not hard, but having to carry 3...
Sunday afternoon. Now I know. Cheers, pal.
Buzzy, thanks for coming in. Cheers for the super chat, dude. Thank you.
Just watched your latest YouTube vid. Fantastic viewing.
Wish they'd had something like the Livonia bunker in Chernarus. Yeah, it would be cool if there was an end game stuff, something like that in Chernarus. I agree. I think it would be good. McBold, thank you for the 3 months. And Neat Hunter, thank you very much for the support, dude. Cheers for tuning in. Thanks for checking out the video. If you haven't seen yesterday's video yet, it's a banger. You know, if you get the opportunity, try and have a look if you can. Hooten, yeah, a belt knife is fairly easy and it's a start. You're absolutely right. Why am I even picking that up?
Love it, young man. Keep it up.
Here's the thing, though, right? While you're cutting up rags and killing a handful of zombies so you're going around cutting up rags to make a rope belt. You have to kill 8 zombies, and then you have to cut up 4 items of clothing so that you can store your knife safely. Your fucking knife is ruined before you've made the knife belt. You know, like it gets ruined so quick. It's just a bit. It's a bit. You know, if they want to make knives a bit rarer and make them last a bit longer, perhaps. But it does seem a bit quick. You know, they do get worn, and some of them wear quicker than others, like the steak knife, and that kind of makes sense. You know, but they all seem a bit quick. I really do need to find some new boots. Yeah, they're going to be damaged soon. I ought to try and get some rags or something just in case, so I can make. Oh shit! I would not have expected to find one of those there. That must be a quirk on this particular server. It wouldn't spawn there on vanilla. Don't have any 308
Love the
rounds
streams. You make the game enjoyable. You also have a great voice for commentary. Have a good day.
Knives are very common. Yeah, but that doesn't matter, Oxy. You know, like whether they're common in real life or not doesn't matter. We're talking about the game and the balance of it. They could have them in every house, but knives don't wear out in, like, you don't need... Yes, you can sharpen them, of course, but you don't use a knife a few times and then you need a new one, you know, like... You can sharpen them, you can maintain them a bit longer in DayZ, and DayZ accentuates everything, but whether knives are common in real life or not, they are so powerful in DayZ.
9 fucking years of TRMZ respawning.
They are an essential tool,
makes you feel old.
But at spawning thousands of them and then you need a new one every 10 minutes doesn't really seem particularly fun or sensible, really. Like, it's a hard thing to know, and it's such a small part of the game. I'm not bothered. It doesn't bother me right now. I just carry a spare knife always, and then I find a sharpening stone and I stop carrying a spare knife, you know. It's no big deal. But these kind of things become a big deal if you reduce the inventory in the spawn zones. They become more of a thing. Like, carrying a spare knife becomes more of a pain in the ass. If your knife gets ruined after killing 10 or 12 zombies and you can't carry a spare knife because your t-shirt's got no inventory space or whatever it might be, you know, your coat. It's how these things all kind of weave together that is interesting. Fizzled, that's very, very, very kind, dude. Thank you. Cheers for the support, Fizzled. Thank you for the gifted subs times 20. Only me? Thank you very much for the 108 months. Holy shit. Sorry if the 9 years makes you feel old. It doesn't make me feel old, dude. Might do you, though, you old bastard. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Solo, Sparky, Brendan. Fizzled, thank you again for another one before that. Holy shit, dude. Thank you very much, Fizzled, again. Neo Fighter, cheers for the 5 months. Thanks a lot for the support, guys. That's very, very kind. Thank you. Your favourite team has to get rid of 5 players. My favourite football team has to get 5 celebrities. Who are you picking? I don't know. Whoever plays well in that charity stream they have every year. I don't know what celebrities are good at football. I think Tom Brennan is pretty good at football. He'll be one. Fizzle, dude, thank you very, very much. I have no idea who's good at football that plays football. Do you think you could make it to Tissy from any spawn blindfolded? No. Sooner or later you're going to run into a tree stump or something. I can't do it blindfolded. I could do it in the dark, obviously, but not blindfolded. It's very easy to hit a tree stump and go off at a strange angle or whatever, you know. Oh shit. Somebody was here. Just double check there's nobody still here. Seems like we're getting dark. I'm just going to put the camera on now so I don't forget. Nice jump. Do I have a favourite feature for the new map, Ragtag? I don't really yet, no. I'm not going to start formulating opinions on the new map or anything like that. I'm looking forward to the way that it looks. It seems quite appealing, you know, that, like, so as a vague one, like the way that the trees and the actual scenery looks way better than any other map so far. So that'll be interesting, you know, like it does look better graphically. But it's far like that's very nice to have, but it doesn't change the gameplay very much, you know. So we'll see. I'm not really going to start worrying about shit like that until we're in it, and then I can hopefully be really wowed by it. Enigma, the new map would be the map the devs are working on, Sakal. I saw Mosin rounds as well. I think the just briefly coming back on the what's hard and what's not kind of thing, like rightly or wrongly, I think some of the punitive features like rain and things, I'm not trying to say they should be taken out, but some of those are a little bit away from the initial idea for what DayZ was meant to be, you know, like doesn't make it wrong, doesn't make it right, but DayZ's inspiration, obviously Dean Hall was the creator of DayZ. DayZ was meant to be, like he tells a story back in the day about how he was training for the special forces and he had like days of hell. And then after these days of hell, after it had finished, another one of the people doing the training offered him a biscuit, and the way it made him feel and how much he appreciated the gesture and how much he appreciated that one little item after such a desperate time, like had him almost like welling up and whatnot, and it was such a cool feeling that he was trying to recreate a game that had that in it, you know. And one of the main drivers for that was the other person that gave him the item, you know? What happens when you meet other players and such like, and maybe it's still in line with it, but DayZ's like it's all set up. You're meant to play it however you want, so you don't need to meet other players. You can play it however you like, but it's meant to be one great big canvas and one great big setting for what happens when you meet other players, whether it's good or whether it's bad, you know, whether they're friendly or whether they're not, you know. It's obviously there's zombies in it, there's AI threats, and there's definitely survival. It's absolutely meant to be a survival game, but it's still meant to direct you towards that too, you know, like. I'm not sure having to hide in a house to make a fire when you're in Sinnerstock because it rained, and then you finish your fire and then you travel half a mile down the road and it rains again, so now you need to make another fire. I'm not sure that's really helping too much, other than people to snipe you while you're in your fire. I'm not sure. I'm not convinced. Maybe occasionally.
I was just there on a different server teaching the missus how to play Happy Sunday.
Very cool.
Keep running.
We'll have that. That's a decent pistol. Loot here's been pretty low all in, I'd say. Missed ammo on the top of the camo thing. I'll go and have a look. I shouldn't be standing up here. I'm just easier to shoot, aren't I? It does feel like there might be somebody in front because the loot here is so bad. It does. 50 action. I don't even know what that goes in. The game needs to create the misery too then, and fires do make you easier to spot and thus more interactions. Maybe Skirret, but there's just no way. I just don't see it myself. I don't like in the mouse, because you survive, you build up frost resistance, and you can gradually be rewarded for the time you survive to counteract it. Whereas on Chernarus, you could be alive for 50 hours and it rains, you still need to make a fire. You know, there's no way to, there's no overcoming it. There's no like frost resistance that's building up. There's nothing that you can do. You're just punished by the rain, and then you make a fire. Like, if you're on a 50-hour life, do you want to be making a fire every half an hour still? It does, it's not, like you just said, it's not that interactive. If you're making a fire somewhere in the woods to dry out, and someone snipes you, that's just the end of your character that was alive 50 hours, and you spent every fucking half an hour making a fire because it rained. You know, like that seems punitive. It's not the same as, oh, I got sick, I need a bandage. Or, no, I got sick, I need tetracycline. So you go to the medical at Vibor, and somebody else has got sick, and they're going to the medical at Vibor, and you meet each other, and then randomness ensues. Maybe one's found it, and you end up talking, and you both use them, and you become teammates. Or maybe you end up killing one, and then they've got the whatever it might be. But that's a really cool survival journey. You've gone there to try and find meds. Someone else is trying to find meds, and you interact either positively or negatively. That seems a much more fun thing than you're on your 15th fire of the character, and you get sniped while you're at it. Anyway, we've probably talked about it enough. But yeah, there needs to be something to help overcome it, Alf, like that. Yeah, it does. Beckham, Gordon Ramsay and Russell Howard. I think Gordon Ramsay's knees are shot, aren't they? Beckham's a former footballer. He is a celebrity, but I think if we're going to go former footballers, I'll have Steven Gerrard, I'll have Beckham, I'll have... who else keeps himself fit? Kevin Phillips. Stevie, thank you for the 19 months. Jacko, thank you very much as well. Atson, Brendan, thank you. Brendan, dude, thank you for gifting 20 member innings, dude. Thank you very, very much. Cheers for the support. Thank you. Alright, I'm going to drop that. I don't actually think... Did it have a mag? Didn't, but I've got 2 mags. If you're not saying Lampard, go eat shit. Lampard's okay. I don't know if does he still play? I presume he does. Go eat shit. That seems a bit harsh. I'm not saying Lampard now anyway. I'll tell you why I'm not saying Lampard, because he's not as good as Gerrard and I only need one or the other. Just to spite you now. Where am I going here? I seem to be headed towards the edge. Oh, that's where I need to be. Gareth Barry plays for a village team. Oh, very cool. Matt Letitia. I'm not sure he's... Oh, dear. I'm not sure he's kept himself fit. There wasn't any boots in that last place, was there? I'm in for a bit of bother. I've got 6 rags, though, which is okay. Maybe we should just make some now. What do you think if DayZ had wandering hordes? I'm not sure, Dark Grotty. If it had wandering hordes, you'd just avoid them. I don't want to say I don't like the idea, because I don't know, but my gut feeling is it doesn't work. If you see a wandering horde, you just go around it. You know, like, I don't think it will do anything. Like, the zombies in a town are there to slow you down, to keep you in the town. Like we're just talking about fires, just briefly. Having to make a fire and sit still, waiting for your clothes to dry, is not a good way to slow a player down because it's boring gameplay,
The west
right?
side of the map
It's
on
boring.
Chernarus is so overpowered. One of my favourite loot runs up to NWAF.
Sean, yeah, it's very,
Happy
very
bank
fun.
holiday weekend.
Thank you.
Keep
Cheers
on
for the
running,
support, dude.
Paul. Yellow heart.
Like, sitting at a fire waiting for your clothes to dry, you are literally doing nothing. You might as well be locked in some kind of animation doing nothing, you know, like... But if you're looting a town and you're being slowed down by the zombies, at least it's fun, you know? Dealing with your Zeds, whether you're meleeing them, whether you're trapping them in, you're being slowed down in that town, and other players might come and find you, they might see a dead zombie, they might see you, whatever, you know? But it's fun, I enjoy looting a town and killing zombies and being slowed down in that way. Staring at the fire while I wait 5 minutes for it to get hot enough to dry my clothes. You might have gathered I don't
Pleasure.
enjoy it.
As always, TRMZ Whiskey Man.
And that's the issue with roaming zombie hordes, is that who are you, unless you shoot them, obviously if you have to shoot them then maybe it attracts players. But if you can melee a few and then get away, it's not really likely to create too many encounters with other players. And for the most part, if you see them before you're there, you're just not going to go, you know. I know, you're running... I turn the corner here and I see 15 zombies up that hill. I'll just go around, won't I? I'm not going to go up there. Why would I? No.
I just got to say I love your content and commentary is actually amazing. Keep up the great work.
I do
thumbs
understand the appeal. I'm not saying it... I'd still like to try it just to see if I'm right or I'm wrong, you know. I guess randomly running into a horde of zombies in a forest would be a really dynamic thing, you know. You're in the dark and you're running from one place to another and then you stumble into 20 zombies. But it would also be a death sentence if you're in a forest and you don't have a good gun. You know, it would be worse than bumping into wolves or something, you know, because once you've aggroed one, you've aggroed them all, and you've got nowhere to go. You've got nothing to stand on. You've got nothing. You're literally dead. If you aggro 20 zombies in an open area and you've got no decent gun, you're dead. Doesn't mean it might not be fun, but I'm not convinced. Hordes are more like real life. Yeah, you're right, Hennes. It's much more realistic if they had hordes of zombies, because that's what you get in real life, isn't it? You only get hordes of
All
zombies.
hail the lemon lamp.
I think it's realistic that the zombies would be around where the people were when they... Like, it would make more sense if you go to a city and that's where the zombies are, because that's where the people were, you know? It would make less sense if you went to a random forest where there would be no people, that there was a horde of zombies there. Not that it makes any difference, because there aren't apparently any zombies in real life, you know? But it would make more sense if they were, like, collected where they were before they turned. Yeah, maybe there could be like a horde of like military zombies, but they have slightly better loot or something, you know? Like if there was some risk reward to taking them on. Yeah, I'm heading down towards the convoy, hoping it will be there. I don't think it is, though. It's definitely not.
Thanks for the awesome stream.
Nampax, thanks for coming in. Cheers for the resub. Junk Stuff, thank you very much. Brendan, thank you for the kind words. Thank you for the super chat as well, dude. Drive for a living, cheers for the 68 months. Thank you very much too. Dynamic map events like helicrashes try to create interaction. Well, Shadowvale, helicrashes do that. They have they've got loot from a previous convoy here. Helicrashes and convoys do that already. There's also dynamic train crashes as well. There's like military trains that they do have an element of that. I think that since they added the sound of the crash, it has helped to create more interactions. or more fights at choke points or whatever. You know, it
Mr.
definitely has.
Information works at Twitter. Mr. Information gets very upset when he hears about people spreading misinformation.
Regan, thank you very much.
Hello, Mr. TRMZ.
Misinformation's got a lot to answer for, if you ask me. Emma Spinell, we've been talking about that quite a lot. I think it's a good idea, with some caveats. Pirate, thank you for the 3 months. Cheers for the support. Any ideas to encourage positive interactions over just KOS? It's a very hard thing to do. It's not easy to do. I think one thing that they could do, which is an obvious one, is not make everyone spawn in the same spot. I know it can be changed on community servers, but it doesn't actually encourage interaction if everybody spawns in the same area. It encourages Kamishovo boxing, you know, like keeping the spawns random so that encounters as a new spawn are a little bit more precious would be a better idea. You know, if you meet someone in Berezino, it's a random chance they spawned in Berezino, not you know that everyone spawned there and you're in a race against them to get to the police station, you know, I think making the spawns random again would be a good start. It's really hard to encourage friendly interactions because people say things like, we need something that you can do only with a friend, so you have to work together, like the underground bunker on Livonia. But it just helps Discord squads. It helps Discord squads. It doesn't help encourage interaction. Because you had to make your friend on the coast, chances are. You didn't make your friend in the Livonia bunker unless you're really, really lucky. I've done it once. And then people will say if you make the game harder, then it makes people work together, and it doesn't, though. If you've been alive an hour and you're really struggling, you've really struggled to survive for an hour, and then you meet someone else that's been alive 5 minutes, you're not going to help them. You're not going to take the risk. You won't take the risk with the hour's worth of work you've just done on somebody else. So people, if it's too hard in the spawn zones, then people don't help each other. They don't risk their own time. One and only, things do get ruined when you shoot them. Yeah, maybe more stuff getting ruined might be a good thing. Maybe it wouldn't. I don't know. At the end of the day, if you headshot somebody, you're going to get the loot, aren't you? You know, I don't think it's far off. Maybe more stuff getting ruined would be positive, but on the flip side, dude, that would equal, if you get shot unconscious and survive, more of your stuff's ruined too. You know, it would actually penalise you for winning as well. Could not place that there.
Sunday roast in the oven. TRMZ streaming perfect Sunday. Cheers for the entertainment.
This is perfectly placed. Someone's going to really enjoy that when they get there. They're really going to like that. They'll be very grateful for the survival experience they've just received. It'll probably be me. I'll die and then I'll go and trip that later myself. Nox, dude, thank you very much. Enjoy that Sunday roast, dude. That sounds good. Pirate Tango, thank you for the 3. Regan, Nanpax, thank you as well. So the main thing I'm hoping to find in the immediate short term is a better scope for the Tundra and some bullets for the Tundra, and maybe a cleaning kit. Oh yeah, sure, right, dude.
Been watching for 10 minutes and Paul hasn't died suddenly. This isn't what I sub for.
Lord of Seals, there's plenty of time yet, don't you worry. Cheers for the very, very long resub. 100 subs, 100 months of subbing, hoping I'm going to die in the first 10 minutes,
How's
eh?
it going?
Yeah, ish. I can't be fucked. It's great if you can lure them away from a crash site, but it's a fucking crash site, you know? Like, if you're at a helicopter crash site and you have to spend 15 minutes or 10 minutes, whatever it might be, trying to lure aliens away, what might happen in that time? I just can't. I just don't. I personally don't feel the dynamic of it makes sense. Like the zombies at a crash site are a slowdown, and maybe you might end up going loud at them and stuff, and then you might end up attracting players. But having like 5 bears at a crash site, that they kill you quicker than a bear, they're harder to kill than a bear, and you're definitely going to have to go loud, or if you're really, really slow, you might lure them away. To me, don't make too much sense. But that's because I'm a wet lettuce, clearly. I don't get it. I've had a bit of a play with the alarm clocks when they were first out, Alan, yeah, but they don't really do a lot. Fireworks might work, Jambon, yeah, but fireworks are massive. Oh, look at that. Fireworks are massive, aren't they? They take up, what are they, 9 slots? So I guess you could carry fireworks, I suppose. That might be a thing to try. You can shoot the aliens in the legs, but I don't think you can break their legs. You need to hit them in the head if you can. They die quicker. Lord of Seals, thanks again for the very long resub, dude. Thank you. Rhino and Crossgrade, cheers for the support once again. Hi, Florida. Yeah, how you doing? Yeah, so the kids are here at the moment for a couple of weeks, but they're going to my mum's today, tomorrow and Tuesday, so I might pick them up Tuesday. I'm not guaranteeing a stream Tuesday,
Thanks
but I'm streaming today and I'm streaming tomorrow. For sure. I may stream Tuesday as well, but then I'm off for about... Well, I'll be missing for sure Wednesday and Thursday, and then I'll be missing all of next week, so I'll be off for 7 streams. Mo, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. And just take this crash site, for example. If there was aliens at it, how am I meant to lure them away? You know, like
half your age.
Like maybe it's a really good feature, and I just don't get it. Maybe I'm just too stuck in my ways. But heli crash sites are dangerous. You die at them very often on vanilla. I've died at this heli crash site in the past. They're a choke point. If somebody heard them crash and you heard them crash, you're definitely going to get in some action. Like choke points with impossible to kill zombies that need to be lured away, or aliens. I don't know. The time to kill is just too much. It's too much to make it worth the bother. I don't want to do it. Rag, as I say, in my experience of the game in the past, the harder the game gets, the less interaction there is, not more. I played on patches where it was nigh on impossible. I remember the patch, I think it was point... See, that proves my point. Never mind having to lure away zombies. What if I'd had to spend 15 minutes luring zombies away? It does prove my point, though. They're already a big enough of a challenge. We don't need to be spending 15 minutes there, because you die anyway, you know. It's a stupid feature, I think, to make you have to take longer. Anyway, I died. Shit happens. We'll die again soon enough. What if you overwatched instead of just running in? Well, given there was no Zeds there, I'm guessing they'd already been, so they would have been overwatching too. It's one of those things. You might see somebody, it's great, but if you spend 10 minutes waiting in case there's somebody, that might just mean that somebody 10 minutes away then turns up when you loot it. You know, like, you might as well just take your chance whenever you do it. It doesn't make... Unless you go round and... It's not so much overwatching. You need to go round and check all the overwatch spots before you go in. I definitely could have been safer, but let's face it, you know where that is on the map. It's a relatively safe area, you know. It's one of the safer helicopter sites. Like, once again, if you go round every bush checking in case there's somebody there, it just means there's more chance someone's going to show up. You know, there is no... At some point, you're taking a risk, whether you check it or whether you don't. Doesn't make a great deal of difference. Hindsight can be your friend afterwards.
Wah up. Witness me. Thank you for your amazing streams, my brother. Can't wait for the next patches.
Well, that death sucks, doesn't it? Oh well. BP, thank you very much for the support. Mo, thank you very much once again. And Dopey Dope, thank you for the gifted sub. Well, the game... I don't think DayZ should have aliens in it, as in the game the devs make. But I really think it's cool that modded servers do. I think ban off having aliens and having underground stuff and like the singularity cannon and stuff. I think that's cool. I think that's what modded servers are for. It's not what DayZ is for, but it's what modded servers are for. You know, like... Namalsk is probably the most popular modded map, and that has alien stuff in it. It has like the ability to teleport and loads of lore in it about aliens, and I think it was really meant to have bloodsuckers. You know, I think that was kind of an idea. I think it works for modded servers. You know, like, but if you don't like those, you don't play the server, which is exactly why I'm not playing Banoff. You know. I think I don't particularly like the feature. I think it's not something that I enjoy, so I don't play it. I really like Banoff the map. I think Banoff's a great map. I'd like to play more of it, but I'm not going to go and ferry around next to helicopters for 20 minutes while someone else comes and does what just happened just then anyway, you know. They're already a tough choke point. BP, thank you very much. Sports fan, I've always wondered why the majority of the DayZ top streamers are English. Smoke is American. Armishstead's in here right now. I don't think he's English. There are quite a few English streamers, but I think the English language is probably... most people are English that play DayZ in terms of they speak the English language. Even if you're German or if you're French or whatever, you tend to speak English as your second language. So English speaking is a benefit, I think, for streaming DayZ. There's a lot more people that speak English play it than any other language, right? Beyond that, I don't know. I think it's a popular game in the UK. Our accent translates around the world relatively well, maybe. Yeah, I said that, Fizzled Egg. Smoke is American. You know, I think English speaking is a big advantage. Beyond that, I think it's just... different streamers. It might be partly as well that maybe like the American audience quite likes a British accent, maybe. Obviously it doesn't dislike an American accent, case in point with Smoke and Armishstead and others, you know, but maybe it can help a little bit depending on your voice. But Smoke retired. He was still streaming when I started this stream.
What do you want?
They might have been going. They might not have been arriving. They might have been just leaving. Oh, don't be like that. Come on. Come on, big baby. You can do it. Dude, this guy's trying to kill me. Help.
Let's get him.
Let's get him. He's an evildoer.
Let's fuck him
Oh,
up.
what a wimp. He's running away. I don't believe it. Where the fuck did he go?
I have no idea.
He was right here. Oh, I give up then. It's a bit dark. I'm going back to the well. I give up. Bollocks to him. I'm actually surprised the dude wasn't limping, to be honest. I'm surprised, like, I'd hit him with quite a few heavy attacks. Maybe the helmet was helping. Maybe not. I don't know. But I'm surprised they weren't limping, to be honest. Right, I'm thinking I might have a little trip over to Scalisti and see what's there. I don't know if it's wise or not. It's a little bit annoying because I'm already nearly 2 hours into the stream, but I quite like going to Scalisti if I get a cami spawn. It's the main reason I keep cami spawns more than anything else, but we shall see. Hi Holly, hope you're good. Redlet 8, thank you very much for the 3 months. I don't fully know how that dude just went behind a bush and then vanished. He must have just turned left and I didn't see him. But he also had more stamina than me. I doubt it.
TRMZ.
Well, he might have had a little bit more stamina left because I'd have been punching, but obviously my stamina's maximum. But yeah, even if he was still able to run, he wouldn't have got out of sight going straight up that line. He must have just ducked to the left, and I just didn't see him. So he just carried on straight up the hill, did he, Barney? Yeah, maybe you could see him and I couldn't. Oh, can put the earplugs on. That's better. Hi, Jemmy. I'm all right. Hope you're good. Does that count as a kill? No. It definitely doesn't. Might as well eat the rotten tobacco. Will all the updates happen at the same time on console and PC, or is it? It's usually at the same time. Once in a blue moon, the console update gets delayed by a day or two, but it's very rare. More often than not, they all happen on the same day. Not always, like normally PC is first and then console is an hour or two later. Because they obviously have to schedule it and do the updates. And it's probably the same people doing it. They can't do them all at the same time. But usually, as a rule, the updates come on the same day. Unless there's some kind of weird technical reason for it to be delayed by a day or something. But that's rare. We've seen a few players knocking around, so we may well get an apple or two. A rotten apple. So I can eat these, but I just ate a rotten tomato, so I'm going to have to try and eat them slowly, like not eat them straight away. Well, if I had any kind of melee weapon, I could be getting bones and rope and we'd be laughing, wouldn't we? Are they doing a wipe on community servers? That's up to the community servers, dude. Like, when the devs are doing a wipe at some point in the coming days, they've got a little update coming to 125 because of an exploit with there's been some kind of duping exploit that they're fixing. And so the game is going to come with a character wipe, and I think on console it's a full wipe, and on PC it's a character wipe that's going to happen. So that's happening soon, a few days time. But whether servers wipe or on console or not is not to do with the devs. That, like I think Spaggy servers wiped at the start of the month, for example, so they wiped on the 1st of August. They're not going to wipe again. How did my character die? I went to a helicopter crash site and got shot in the back. Ish said it was all my fault, he did. I think that it's important they try to fix them, Donk, even if they do end up working out new ways to do it. I still think it's a good thing to do. Mountain Dew for life. Thank you for the new sub. Yeah, good luck, Arthur. I hope it goes okay. It was an annoying death because we'd put quite a lot of effort into that life, but shit happens. It's actually quite a rare place for someone to be like overwatching a heli, but fair play, they were. Well, they may not have been. They might have only just arrived at it as well, the same as me, but they probably were.
Thanks for all the streams and continuing inspiring me to play the game.
I hope this is not a... I hope this illness is a cold. I'm not sneezing, am I? I might actually be sick because I ate the rotten fruit, mightn't I? I think I already had the sickness before I ate the fruit, but I don't know. I've not started sneezing yet. A duping glitch with a gaze game would seemingly be a certain wipe for community modded servers too, I think.
Stay strong, buddy.
Blue Devil, my point is they wipe anyway, right? So, like I just said, the Spaggy servers wiped on August the 1st. I highly doubt they're going to wipe again, you know. They have admins on there. If they find a big load of dupe loot, they'll remove it. They'll maybe find the people doing it and ban them, you know. It's just very different than on the official server, you know, like... Dupers normally dupe on official. They don't normally dupe on community servers because they get caught and banned. Or at least they can get caught and banned, you know. Most people doing exploits like duping do it on official. Not always, but that's more common. Hey Zeno, hope you're good. A lot of the times the servers do, if the game has a wipe, the servers do too. But just taking, for example, I don't know, zero Bitterroot, it only opened the other day. They might do a wipe anyway, but it only opened on August the 1st. They probably don't need to do a wipe now, do they? There's no point. So I think community servers will just make their own mind up. Well, I was hoping we'd find a hook or a rod or something. This is a problem. I could actually die doing this. I've got no ability to make a fire. I've got nothing to eat but a rotten apple. And I don't have a knife and no ability to fish, no ability to get bones or rope or whatever. Infernos, dude, thank you for the gifted sub. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Ruffmus, thank you for the resub. And to Rompalot, thank you very much for the resub too.
I'm getting tired of running. Can I jog for a little while?
If you want, yeah, you don't have to run. 02, cheers for the support. Thank you. The thing is here, this is what coming back to survival. I'm choosing this route, you know. I'm going this way, and I'm this is probably going to kill me. The more I'm thinking about it now, the more I think it's a bad idea. I'm dark blue. I'm dying because of hunger. I'm dying because of cold. I think I'm going to die doing this, but I'm doing it anyway because when I get to the other side, it'll be fun, you know. I might die, and that might be a challenge, but it's going to be a fun thing just to try and do. Why not, you know? Swimming in the dark in the rain while starving to death and already a chunk of health missing is a stupid gamble to take, but it'll be a fun gamble, you know, like I might die, I might not, but that's my choice, you know. I think that's kind of cool. I think that's where the survival can be fun, when you've made bad choices and it bites you on the bum. That's what DayZ should be, you know. You choose what loot to carry, you choose what loot to go, and sometimes you get bitten on the arse and it kills you. You can't choose to avoid rain in Skalisty when you're fully geared. You know, you can't choose to avoid some of these things. They become tedious. Danka, cheers for the prime. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you very much. Do I use the DZSA launcher? Sometimes, yeah. I use the official one as well. It depends what I'm going to do. Tomsy, I think it's a decent enough change, dude. I think that makes sense. Vanilla spawn system sucks ish. It absolutely sucks. I think the only reason more people aren't moaning about it is because most people don't play it, you know. But the official spawn system just sucks. It sucks ass. It's a stupid system, and I've talked about it enough. Everyone knows what I think.
You will never swim alone.
Thank you. Cheers for the support. Audio Clanger, Sporadic, thank you as well. EC Legend, thank you very much. And Dankamus Maximus, cheers for the support. Why am I advertising the PC giveaway so much? Sorry, Sporadic. Is it a shame to play a modded service? No, I think you should play wherever you enjoy the game, you know, that's the most important thing. One or two people like the vanilla spawn system. I know Cam Can't Run was very much extolling the virtues of it, but I don't. I think it's stupid. I think some people enjoy the knowing that you're going to be bumping into players in the beginning. But it's not that you're knowing you're going to be bumping into players. You just every spawn feels like Kamishovo boxing in 2014. You know, it's just stupid. You know, I don't like it. I like the interactions to not feel forced in DayZ. I like them to feel random and precious, not guaranteed and tediously dull, where new spawns just punch each other out perpetually forever. Oh, it's all good, Sporadic. I'm not taking any offence, dude. You're fine. I want to eat this other piece of rotten fruit, but I'm not convinced it's a smart idea. Do you think it would be realistic for health to affect stamina? Not given that you already go so slow. I think it works how it is now, you know, like if you get ill, it does affect your stamina regeneration. Some of the illnesses make you regen slower, so some of the illnesses do affect stamina and how quickly you regenerate it, you know, like that makes sense. if you're wearing a gas mask, you don't regenerate stamina as quickly as well, you know. So there's some cool ones already, but given that as you lose health, you go yellow, you start travelling slower and limping, you go red, you're slower even still. I don't think we need that because it already does it in a different way. I don't think we need it twice. Once is enough. That gives me the ability to make a fire. Whizzle, thank you for the 17 months. Redidant, thank you very much too. Vil, yeah, I'd quite like to. Do you know what? I nearly said I was about to go live. About 1 o'clock, I came up on the PC roughly just after, and I was just sitting there, and I can't remember what I was. I was watching the golf briefly on the Olympics. Tommy Fleetwood was in 3rd spot, like 1 shot behind the lead on the final day. So he's in with a chance of a medal, still in with a chance of a gold as well, which is very cool. But I was sitting there thinking, do I want to stream today, or do I just want to chill out and just watch the Olympics? But yeah, I decided that I'd better do the right thing. Given that I'm going to be off after Tuesday, I'm going to be off for like a week and a half. Fleetwood's level now, is he? Very cool. That would be a cool one to win, wouldn't it? Picking up a good medal in the golf, gold medal even, that would be amazing. You could just do both, Vinny. I don't really find it very easy to watch the Olympics while I'm streaming, dude. On the whole, it doesn't really. I can't really read the chat, play the game, and keep an eye on the Olympics at the same time. It never really works. Have we still got that young, at the last Olympics, there was the young girl. She was 13 and she got a bronze medal. Sky or something, I forget her name, but is she in the Olympics still? I'm hoping she'll be good. I don't know. Skateboarding in the Olympics is an interesting one for me. Yeah, well, Ish was just saying there's no men's finalist in the Olympics, but there may well be a ladies finalist for all I know. I don't know. Any advice for starting a YouTube channel? Xeons, just take each video as a training session and try to gradually improve. You need to share your videos. Like, if you just release a video, if you do shorts, you can sometimes hit the algorithm with the title. So doing some shorts is not a bad idea, and having them have catchy titles. You could potentially grow on YouTube now. But one of the best ways to grow is by being part of a forum like the DayZ forums or the DayZ Reddit, and sharing your videos there, providing that you like if you go on somewhere like the DayZ Reddit, you need to be an active member of the Reddit, talking and participating, and occasionally sharing your video. If you only turn up to spam your video, you'll get in trouble. If rhythmic gymnastics is in the Olympics, anything goes. I was thinking about it the other day. I like on the subject of golf. I don't think certain sports like golf and tennis should be in the Olympics, rightly or wrongly. You know, like obviously the Olympics originally was meant to be an amateur type thing, and I know it's not anymore. If you win the gold medal in the 100 meters, whoever wins the gold medal in the 100 meters tonight is going to make a lot of money. You know, like so they're all professionals now. Certainly most of them are anyway. But I just don't think like for a sport like tennis, if you ask most tennis players, would you rather win Wimbledon or would you rather win a gold medal at the Olympics? They're going to pick the major, you know. If you ask somebody in golf, would you rather win the Masters or would you rather win a gold medal in the Olympics? If it's not the pinnacle of your sport, I don't think it should be in the Olympics. Because the Olympics is the pinnacle of sport, right? If there's already majors in your sport which are more important to you than the Olympics, why is that sport in the Olympics? I don't really get it. Like, there's no way that whoever wins the golf today, if you said to them, you've got this gold medal, or you can win the Masters. You know, like, unless they've already won like 5 Masters. Maybe if you ask Phil Mickelson or something, or Tiger Woods, maybe they might say I'd like the gold medal. But if they've never won one, they're obviously going to pick the Masters, aren't they? You know, those kind of sports, they're so powerful and there's so much money in them. They're so popular and they've got really important sports already. The Olympics is like a side hustle in a way. You know, it's not. I don't know. You could say that about football as well, I suppose. Maybe I'm just wrong, but I don't know. If you're in the well, you just said skeet shooting, you know, the Olympics is the pinnacle, you know, the pinnacle of it. Even for the cycling, maybe not for the time trialers, but for the velodrome guys and for the rowers and everything, the Olympics is what it's all about. You know, like there isn't anything that's more important.
TRMZ cool.
Yeah, what they do with the footballers, at least, is that they make it so that you're only... With the footballers, they make it so that you can only have 3 players over the age of 23. So it's not all the same players playing that were playing in the World Cup and the Copa America or the Euros or whatever it was, whatever's just happened. At least they make it so that it's more of a youth team, and it's not just the same players that are always playing. It's slightly better, slightly. A nice positive first-time chatter complaining about the 2-minute ad, just what we like. We've won the ad bingo! Yay! I'm going to make a fire. I'm going to go and get me some bark first. Oh.
I hope Burnside has a good run of it.
Well, he didn't have a good run of it last life, but you never know. This life could be the one. I think we're going to be okay, though, now. We've got a couple of pieces of chicken. I believe you can eat that if this is the stupid thing about, well, it's not stupid, it's interesting, but you can eat rotten fruit, but you have to do it sporadically. You can eat burnt fruit, but you have to do it slowly. But burnt fruit has more calories than rotten fruit does. So if you get the opportunity, cook the rotten fruit to burn and then eat it very slowly, you get more calories than if you eat it rotten. So now it's not rotten anymore, it's just burnt. So I can actually eat that, but I have to do it slowly, a bit like you do... a bit like you eat unknown food. You just have to eat it slow. Use that against zombies. I'll use this for... use that as my knife, basically, for now. No, Donk, Messi could play in the Olympics, but like I was saying, so the international teams that go into the Olympics, they're allowed 3 over the age of 23 players. So, like, for example, I think Neymar played for Brazil when he wasn't under 23. I could be wrong. I think Neymar's got a gold medal. He might have been under 23, but you're allowed 3 older players, and then the rest have to be younger. Scotty Scheffler and Tommy Fleetwood tied for gold. Come on, Tommy. Big Tom. Big Tom. Big bad Tom. Made that. That's not what they sing, I'm sure, but anyway. Scotty Scheffler's won enough. I think Tommy Fleetwood deserves it more, right? I'm so used to going over there. On some servers, there's an extra summer camp over there. Ram and Rory are close by, are they? Rory McIlroy has had a terrible run in the majors. That'll be just like the kind of fucky thing that he does. You know, he can't close out a major, but he'll get the gold medal in this. I think I wouldn't begrudge him either. I wouldn't begrudge anyone. Whoever wins it will deserve it. But obviously, I want Tommy Fleetwood to win. 02, thank you very much for the gifted sub. Cheers for gifting Vinny the sub. Phil McCavity, thank you for the resub. Rasper, thank you. Whizzlepy, thanks again. And Carvino, thank you for the prime. Holy shit. Now that's a good job I came and checked it, isn't it? I don't normally bother. Well, not true. I normally do bother. But I very rarely find anything as good as that. That is cool. I think the golfers would really, like somebody like Rory McIlroy, winning for his country is a cool thing. I'm sure it really matters to him, you know. Like I'm not, but I'm sure he would rather have won the Masters, nonetheless. Didn't you purify that water? I didn't, Magnus, no. Stoey, thank you for the 49 months. 02, thank you very much as well. Doing Chernarus with your old man, very cool. What's today's objective? To not get killed at a helicopter crash site. Failed. I don't really have an objective. I just fancy playing Chernarus, you know, get geared, see what trouble we can get in. You know, there's no real objective. What did I do for work before I became a full-time streamer? I spent 20 years in retail, so my last job was regional manager, not assistant. Regional manager, but in a small company. So I was in a small retail company, regional manager for a large area. Opinions on the experimental update? I think it's just going to get pushed to stable, isn't it? It's to stop a bug fix. Sorry, I thought it was a fix for a duping exploit, so the sooner it drops, the better, yeah. Yeah, retail sucks. Needless to say, I'm very glad to be out of it. Although when I'm getting people trolling me on Twitter or people moaning at me on email for not replying to them quick enough or at all, it does have a little bit of an element of retail feel about it, dealing with customer complaints. Customer complaints when they're not your customers and you don't owe them anything. It can feel a little bit like it when you've got someone literally having a... And full transparency, the dude did actually then get back to me and apologise when he woke up a bit. But yeah, it does feel a little bit retail-like. I had 2 assistant managers synced, so I had 2 assistant regional managers. I was the regional manager. No, I didn't have the title assistant. Doesn't matter where you work, people will always annoy you. Maybe, Darth, but not every job is customer facing. So, for example, in retail, you might be annoyed by colleagues, but if you work in head office, you're only the only people that can annoy you are people you work with. You don't have customers coming in to shout in your face. You know, customer facing is much worse for having idiots talking to you than a lot of other jobs. You know, if you might work with someone you don't like or that annoys you, but that's not the same, is it, as someone shouting at you because they didn't get what they want, you know. If you're actually facing customers and dealing with them. Lots of people do, you know, like builders and electricians, they may well be facing customers. They might not. They might be working on like work sites, like they might be working on building sites and whatnot, but they may well not be. I'll find somewhere to put this. Edgar, thank you very much for the support. That's very kind. Uncanny, thank you very much as well. Story, cheers for that too. Thank you.
Sorry it's late. Congratulations on the 10 years.
No worries. Harry, cheers for the support too. Thank you very much. Not finding a great deal here. I'm glad I got the Mosin, but we really ain't finding a great deal. Not as much as I thought we would. I love the sound of running with this. It sounds great, doesn't it? I'm going to put it there. I was going to put it by the well, but I'm going to go here, somewhere where nobody will expect it. Is it worth swimming to Scalisi and being wet, I guess? Real, it depends whether you're lucky or not, but on vanilla, you can still find blazes and tundras and savannas here. It's definitely worth it. But sometimes you come here and you don't find anything worth having. It's just luck of the draw. But I normally do. If I get a cami spawn, I normally come to Scalisi because it's a really good place to get an early game sort of sniper rifle. Sometimes you're unlucky and it's only a carbine, but that's rare. Normally you get better. You get better stuff. Yeah, but on site you might get a dickhead site manager or something, but it's not the same. I'm not saying it's bad, but any job you have a boss you might like or not like, you might get on with and not get on with. It's just not the same as customer facing, where every day you might deal with 100 people and 2 or 3 are going to be complete dicks. You know, like, it's not the same as, like, you can be in that job facing 100 people and 2 or 3 of them are really horrible. And your manager can be a complete dickwad, you know, like, you still have a boss, you know, it's just different. The customer facing, you have to, like, people are twats, you know. Go on any tweet ever or any story ever and then read down the bottom of that tweet or Instagram post or whatever it might be and go and read what twats will say to each other. Well, if you're in retail, you have to see those twats face to face. That's the thing. Right, where is it? Come on, Cockle, do C word. Favourite biscuit to go with Yorkshire Gold? I don't have biscuits very much because of the gluten, but I'm quite keen on regular chocolate digestives. McVitie's chocolate digestives are my king biscuit. Chocolate hobnobs are really, really good as well. Milk chocolate hobnobs, milk chocolate digestives, they're the winners, right, for sure. Where did I find a mace? On the steps of the castle behind me. I think it was anyway. Obviously, there's a little bit of a castle at. There's a little bit of a castle at this map, on this island, so it was there. Isn't a biscuit a cracker across the pond? Probably more like cookie. Over here, a cookie is only a chocolate chip cookie, like a Maryland chocolate chip cookie. That's a cookie. But we have all sorts of other variations of cookies that we call biscuits. There's a hunting scope on the boat towards the lighthouse. Is there, Complex? I'll go and have a look. I didn't see it, but you may well be correct. Gonna need a couple of worms. What are the feathers used for? You just use them to make better bolts for the crossbow. I may not need them, but they're much better for using as bolts for the crossbow. Hi Muttley, how you doing? Hope you're good. What would you call an American style biscuit? Donk, we don't have them the same. I think the nearest thing we have to that would be a scone, but biscuits and gravy isn't a thing over here. We don't have them. GLS, nope, never tried
How's it going, sir? Hope you're well.
Lee, thank you very much before Only Nathan as well. Thanks both of you guys. Palmer Trees, cheers for the 55, dude. Palmer Trees, thank you for the resub. Borley, thank you for the prime. Harry, thank you. Only Nathan and Lee, thank you very much too. Right, let's go and see where this scope is that I missed. First boat.
Hi.
There it is. Yeah, you are right. Well spotted. I could actually use rope to make a bag with that, but I don't think I'm going to bother. Reagan Badger, dude, thank you for the 32 months. Hope you're well. Cheers for the support, dude. Yeah, they're not. I don't think they're the same. Like you were saying, I've tried both. Scones and American biscuits might look similar, but they're very different. Scones are more cakey. Well, yeah, we have scones or scones, whatever. We have them normally with like clotted cream and jam and stuff. They're more like they're not a savoury thing. So you're right. You can get savoury scones though. You can get them with like cheese and things. They can be savoury, but they're more commonly like they have like cherries or raisins in or something sultanas maybe, but you can get savoury ones as well. Do I know any good Takistan servers? I don't, dude. I haven't played Takistan in ages. What would be the best choice for a new player to the game in terms of server? If I was new to the game, I would want to play vanilla for a while first. So you can play official, or you could play Spaggy Chernarus or Zero Chernarus vanilla. I think it's a good idea to play vanilla for a little while if you're brand new to the game, because you're going to learn what difference the modded servers make and why, what you like and what you don't like and such like. You know, I think it's a good idea to play vanilla for a while, play true vanilla for a while. Otherwise, you've no idea what differences the mods are making to the game. I'd certainly suggest starting on Chernarus as well, because it's the most balanced survivally map. It's not incredibly hard like Namalsk, but it's nice and spread. It gives you a good way to learn the game. Cheeky, thank you for the 4 months. Fragrant, thank you very much. Only Nathan, Lee Harper, thank you very much too. Like, changing the to put it another way, right? Like vanilla, obviously it's called that because of ice cream, but if you could start having your, like, if you could have your very favourite flavour of ice cream the first time you ever had ice cream, that's great, because you've got your favourite flavour, you know. You're the first time you have let's just say, for example, it was black cherry. The first time you ever have ice cream, you have black cherry, and it's your favourite. but you don't know it's your favourite if you've never had any other flavour, you know? Like, it's probably a good idea to try vanilla and then try other flavours. Do you know what I mean? Like, how do you know it's your favourite flavour if you don't know what all the flavours taste like? You know, so tasting the base flavour first is probably a good idea. Kamikaze, thank you for the gifted sub. Matt, thank you for the 5 months.
Hi.
Right, we're done all right there. We caught lots of fish. We're certainly not going to be dying of death anymore. That's good, isn't it? I don't need that. I didn't use it, did I? I'm going to go back to the house where I. Hell. I'm going to go back to the house where I made the first fire, I think. This is how Paul sold entry-level gas grills at his retail job. We didn't sell any gas grills. I guess we did. Gas ovens, I guess, yeah. Towley, Mr. Towley, thank you for the 17 months. Thank you very much. Do I have... Why am I carrying a map? I mean, what an idiot. Yeah, I'm going to go back to the house over this way because it's just quicker. I think I can drop the fishing rod. I don't know. I think I am going to drop the fishing rod. I'm going to go back to this house. I'll turn the camera off now. It might be a touch early, but it's getting there anyway. Got any pets? Taverner, yeah, we have a Welsh Springer Spaniel dog. He's only 2 years and 5 months, roughly. No, not quite. 3... Yeah, 2 years and 5 months, I think he is, yeah. 2.5-ish. I really like good quality vanilla ice cream. Vanilla ice cream. It's really good. Like proper vanilla ice cream that's a little bit creamy, but you can see like the bits of the vanilla pod in it and stuff. You like proper vanilla's great. I really like vanilla. I'm a bit boring, but proper vanilla it can be really, really, really good. Edith, nobody knows. The devs just said there's going to be one. They didn't announce the date. It probably won't be Monday or Friday. It's going to be Tuesday, Wednesday or Thursday, but nobody knows the exact date. It's just this week. They rarely do any updates and things to the game on Mondays and Fridays. It's usually a Tuesday, Thursday, sometimes a Wednesday, I guess, but it's probably going to be Tuesday or Thursday would be my guess. Going to get another stick just in case. Oh shit, no I'm not. Twat. I'm sure they won't cause any bugs with this update. Well, hopefully not, Satans. I know you're kind of expecting them by the look of that, but in theory they're only closing down a loophole for a duplication glitch and then resetting the players, and on console they're resetting the maps as well, but we shall see. I have a refined palate. I've never seen anyone say in the same sentence, sorry, Zero, too high. I have a refined palate. So there's other things. I have a refined palate. I have lactose intolerance. So if I splurge for ice cream, it's always Rocky Road. I don't know why, but Rocky Road and refined palate don't feel like they belong in the same sentence, you know. I feel like I have a refined palate. I like, I don't know, rum and raisin maybe. I have a refined palate. I like, but Rocky Road seems. I love Rocky Road. I like it. Don't get me wrong, but it doesn't seem like that. It doesn't seem in line with refined palate to me. Yeah, something like pecan and praline. Like, yeah, something. It just, yeah. I have a refined palate. I only like Smarties. I ain't looking down on it, Redline. You just like taking the opposing view of anything I say. I like Rocky Road. I just think it's a bit of a stretch to suggest you need a refined palate to like it. Proof of the fact that you don't is the fact that I like it. Is that the case? Is it Zero too high? Fair enough. Why not dry my clothes? Well, they are drying, dude. They are drying. The gloves aren't dry yet, but they are. My clothes are drying. You don't need to lie them on the ground to dry them. Probably shouldn't pick these up yet, actually, should I? Norman's, Sem, Bryce and Claudio, thank you for the follows on YouTube. Is this Chernarus vanilla? No, Greg, this is slightly modded Chernarus. I need to stop moving, I just can't myself. Poshest food I love is smoked salmon and cream cheese bagel. Sounds good. I don't know if I really like posh food. Redline's the one for posh food. I think that's a bit rich, isn't it? He's out there defending. He's out there defending this like nothingness of me suggesting that refined palate and Rocky Road don't necessarily go together. Yet when I had fucking Wagyu steak, he was trying to suggest it wasn't real Wagyu steak because it wasn't flown in from fucking Japan. And I'm the fucking food ponce. What a knob. Do I ever notice performance drops while playing modded? Not. The only time I've ever had noticeable performance drops when playing modded was when I stupidly had the mods stored on a different hard drive to the game. So that's something to keep an eye out for, by the way. If you've got the game on the C drive and the mods on the D drive, it's really bad. And it's something you could accidentally do. You know, you might have set your launcher to download the mods to the D drive for whatever reason. If you've got that, it's always something to check. If you don't know for sure, make sure the game and the mods are on the same drive, because they're on different ones. It can cause problems. Other than that, no, I don't think so. There's a few things that sometimes can happen. You get a few, like you get that weird pixel shaking bug on modded servers. You don't get that on vanilla. You know, there are some bugs, but a certain mod might cause a bug or two. But performance-wise, not really. Have I ran the VS89 yet? Yep, I think it's pretty decent. I like it. There's a video on my YouTube channel of me using it on experimental to decent effect. Best sounding gun. It's kind of close between the SKS, the DMR, and the SVD, maybe. Another chicken. I don't think I need another chicken. Fuck that. So I've already looted this. I'm just re-looting the same bit because I've been on the island a little while. I'm surprised we've not found a pack of bullets. We may well do, you never know. Didn't you come here already? Real Blight, yeah, I'm just looting it on the way out. I guess I'm just covering it anyway, aren't I? But yeah. I looted this on the way in, but on the way out, sometimes things are spawned in. You might as well check it. I'm going this way anyway. So I tend to just recheck over where I've been in case anything new has spawned in, you know? You never know. I'm choosing not to read Redline spoilers for the Olympics. I checked the log house on the way in. I'll probably do it on the way out again. Tactical, that's kind of against the rules on community servers, dude. If you do that, that's loot cycling. It's not really a good idea to do that. Checking where you've already been is fine, but if you're removing everything and then checking it later, that's kind of an exploit of the looting economy, dude. You can actually get banned on community servers for that. Let's not have the long debate of it. I'm not judging. I'm just letting you know you can do what you like. But now, often when loot cycling comes up, people really get into big detail about it. I don't really care. Everyone can do whatever they like. But if you're on a community server and you get caught intentionally loot cycling, you can get banned for that in some. I wouldn't mind going to Norway, Henny. Yeah, I think Norway would be a cool place to go. Like Norway and Sweden, obviously. I wouldn't mind going. I think it looks like a beautiful place to go. Might be a good place to live with the way the climate potentially is. It's getting hotter everywhere, irrespective of what the reason might that be for that. But it is getting hotter a little bit. So living somewhere that might be a good idea. Finding a weapon and throwing it into bushes, that's not exploiting Real Blight, is it? How is that? If you find a gun and you move it, that's not an exploitation, is it? It's not the same. If I find something and I want it, I can take it. If I find something and I don't want someone else to have it, I can do that too. That's not an exploit. It's like intended, right? There's no rules on whether you pick things up or not. However, if you're gaming the loot spawns in a high loot area to try and get better loot, that's not intended. You know, they're trying to play whataboutism on it. If I find 2 Mosins and I hide one in a bush in case I die, and also so I don't get shot in the back by a Mosin, that's my prerogative. That's not gaming the system. That's part of the game. But you can try and come up with your whataboutisms. But clearly, if you want, I don't know, if you want to try and find a good gun and you're in an area where it can spawn and you try to force one to spawn, that's gaming the loot economy. By the way, if you take a Mosin and put it in a bush, others spawn in. You know, once it's moved from where it is, once it's not in the regular spawns. If you carry it on your back and then you drop it in the middle of a forest, another one will spawn in somewhere. It's not being counted on the loot economy. So you're not hurting someone else getting a Mosin. Another one will spawn in somewhere. Timeout or permaban, chaos, it's down to individual servers. Not every server does anything about it, but if you get caught loot cycling, you'll normally get banned, you know, like, it's not something that community servers want. But you have to read up on the rules for each individual server, you know, like every server you join has got a Discord, they'll likely have rules that you need to follow, you need to have a look, you know. Oh, you mean Ish? Oh, he's definitely being permabanned, yeah. Ish is being permabanned, for sure. Nobody likes that guy. He got a purge as a joke from a friend, dude. Don't worry, it's okay. If I win the PC giveaway, you're going to sign a poster for me saying, "Well done, handsome." I'm afraid not. No, sorry. I haven't got any merch, Redline. Join a Discord to read the rules. I hate that. Well, don't play on community servers then. You don't have to. There might be other ways to get it. Some servers have a website and stuff, but they're paying money to put a server on for you to play it. The least you can do is follow their rules, you know. If you don't do it, then you can take the consequences if you break the rules, I guess, you know. Connie, come on holiday, but after possibly Monday or Tuesday. Info, thank you for the Prime. Cheers for the support. Second grade, thank you very much too. Loot triggers to spawn when a player approaches from like 200... Loot won't spawn when a player's nearby, but loot isn't triggered to spawn by a player coming nearby. That's how it used to be on the mod years ago. Loot doesn't spawn that way anymore, Xenomorph. That's not true. So, if you're in an area close to where loot can spawn, it won't spawn. But it won't trigger to spawn when you're approaching. That's not what happens. Loot can be spawning somewhere... Like, there could be nobody within a mile or a kilometre of Starry Yar right now, but stuff could still spawn there. It's not triggered by players getting nearby. It used to be like that in the mod, but it's not like that in DayZ. You could have a server that's empty, and it still has loot. Like, you could go in it and go... One player could go in and go on a loot route and pick things up, and then loot can spawn in for a time thereafter, in anywhere on the map, you know. I have no problem with following the rules, but putting them in Discord is stupid. Well, where are they meant to put them, best man? You know, they can't send you a post-it note or send you an email. You can't, if you've got rules for a server. If you're creating a community, around an idea, whatever it might be. You have to let that community know what it is. How are you meant to do that? Are you meant to? They have to have some way of delivering it. You know, Discord is free. It's a good way to have a community centered around something that doesn't cost any money, and it's a lot easier to do than setting up a website. You know, like what are you expecting somebody to do? Like, how else are they meant to do it than some needs like that? You know, you have to do an exam before you can join. You might joke, but if you ever got whitelisted for DayZ RP. I don't know how it is now, but there used to be DayZ RP in 2014. You had to do an exam before they let you in. You had to pass a test. You had to read something. You had to read and completely the rules, then answer questions about it and answer something about... Like it was some really finicky thing that you ended up going back and rereading it all until you could find it. You know, like what is the word in the 5th paragraph on page 7 on line 6 and stuff, you know. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that was it. You had to read the entire rules because it had a random code word in it that you had to find. So it would have like 6 pages, and in amongst it randomly would be the code word that you needed to select to pass the test. Now, I'm not saying every server should be like that, but on very strict RP servers, you have to have a way of letting people know, you know. God, I'd forgotten about the DayZ RP thing. I only played on DayZ RP like once or twice. I haven't played on DayZ RP since 2014, but yeah, the rules thing was crazy. But if you're going to have a server that has very strict rules, you need to have something like that. That's quite rare, though, you know. I've got caught. I once caught a ban on a server called SOS years ago because they had like days of the week where you couldn't KOS except for at military bases. And I shot somebody at 500 meters in the VSS north of Starry, and I was outside of a PvP zone, and I got a 24-hour ban because of it. It was my fault. I didn't know I didn't know what day was a PvP day or not. I just used to play on the server, and I didn't know what the rules were, but I never really used to break them because I used to only PvP in military zones as a rule. You know, like I didn't used to shoot people in Electro or something, so it didn't really matter. But one day I got caught. I got a 24-hour ban, but that was my fault. You know, I didn't follow the rules, you know. Ever played Altis Life? No. I don't really like coming back to the DayZ RP. RP's just not really my thing. Altis Life looked fun. I remember watching Lyric play it years and years and years ago. It was so much fun to watch at the time. But it's not something for me to play personally. What do I think about the Pripyat map? It's got some very cool locations. It's absolutely fucking huge. It's so big. It's possibly a little bit similar to Takistan in that it doesn't really suit quite so well lightly modded DayZ, which is what I enjoy. So, like, Pripyat is so big that it maybe doesn't suit lightly modded or vanilla DayZ, and because that's what I play, I don't do Pripyat. Moon did a lot of RP. Moon's very, very good at RP in general. I'm sure he did Altis Life, yeah, as well as quite a lot of DayZ RP, yeah. Probably need to dry out my clothes, or at least wring them out. Lil, I haven't looked at the lab, but I don't go for heavily modded servers. Nothing wrong with them, but really heavily modded stuff is just not really my bag, so I haven't really looked at most of them, you know. Hectic, yeah, I'm certainly not going to be dying anytime soon, except for to players, which is good. As I swam over, I thought I was more at risk than it turned out to be, you know, we did okay. Moon's in RP debt, is he? So what, you mean on Grand Theft Auto, on GTA? I watched him stream GTA a couple of weeks back, and he was just sitting playing blackjack for a few hours, and I got quite captivated by watching just the blackjack. I think it's dangerous for me to do that. I'll end up doing that all day. I can RP as an addicted gambler. Do I play any games off stream? I played Mario and Sonic Olympics 2020 edition on the Switch with Maggie yesterday. So while the kids are here, we occasionally play on a Switch, right? But I don't play PC games off stream. No, I don't. I might play the odd game with the kids. They brought their Switch games here. I have a Switch, so we might play a few games while they're here. but I don't do PC stuff because I want to get off the PC, and I'm in here enough as it is. You know, I spend a lot of my week in here. I don't need to be in here in my downtime. You know, I want to go and do other shit. Tommy in trouble. Boo. Must be nearly over. Right, I'm just going to quickly run down the road. I think the convoy spawns down the road a ways, doesn't it? I can't remember if the convoy spawns there or if it's on this road. I'm never quite sure. But I'm just going to quickly check this road. I thought it spawned on the hill to my left there, but I don't know. I'm going to get on this road and just follow it away this way a touch, just in case there's a convoy. Just no, there's no, what's the right word? There's no, you're not gracious in victory, are you, Redline? You're just not. You might say that my tweet yesterday is not gracious in victory, but it was clearly a joke, knowing damn well that it wasn't going to stay that way. Whereas now, for the rest of it, now I've made that little light-hearted joke, for the rest of the Olympics, you're going to be showing off about the fact that they've won more medals. But here's the thing, you're going to. You've got the biggest budget and the biggest team full of the best athletes. You're going to win. The golf is a bit more of a random one, I guess. Although you have got quite a lot of good American golfers. It doesn't matter how many medals anyone got. The Turkish shooting guy won. How cool was that? That was cool. I didn't really. The first time I saw that, there was no sound, and I didn't really understand it. When I understood that he's just turned up with his hand in his pockets and no equipment, just a gun. He's not wearing the heads. He's not got the earphones on or the ear protectors. He's not got the special zoomy eyeglasses. You know, he's just turned up and fucked it. Like, fuck this, I'm just going to shoot. That was cool. I don't need no clobber. I'll just do it anyway. And he won a silver. They're calling him the Turkish John Wick, aren't they? Everyone else has got special magnifying sections on their. They got these special glasses on with magnifiers to see the sight and everything. He just turns up, put one end in his pocket, and shot at the sight. He was wearing ear protection inside his ear, was he, Willful? Yeah, fair enough. It's still cool as fuck, though. Mr. Stabby, I'm not convinced that's the case, if I'm honest. Read an article that he picked up shooting after an argument with his wife and got the medal to spite her. Fuck me, that's interesting. They're still together. That's not a story he's telling very often, and they're still together, is it? What do I think is the strangest sport in the Olympics? Dressage, without a shadow of a doubt. Dressage is ridiculous. Dancing horses is ridiculous. That, without a shadow of a doubt. I think... I maybe don't understand it, and I know I'm not a horsey person, but dressage is fucking ridiculous. Watching a horse crab sideways and getting a gold medal for it, it's just stupid. Not a fan of the equestrian events. I like the show jumping and I like the eventing. I think they're really cool, but dressage is ridiculous. Why don't they just get dog training on, you know? Why can't we get someone coming on and doing a dance with an Alsatian and making it do tricks and stuff. Like if dressage can be in it, why can't dog training be in it? We can have cats like doing tricks and stuff for medals. We can have like mouses trained. We'll have mice gold medals in the Olympics. It's just stupid. I'm sorry. It's a stupid thing to have. Like how well did you train an animal? There's a gold medal. How crazy does that palace look like at Versailles? You know, I've been there when I had a school trip. I've been to that mansion at Versailles, whatever it's called. I've been there as a kid, but I only vaguely remember it, and I remember it being blazingly hot and a long walk to the front of it, and then it was just gravelly and dull. But seeing it, it's fucking huge, that place. I wouldn't mind owning that. You know, I could live there. I reckon I'd get a stream room and a game room if I had a house that big. Yeah, chateau, mansion, it's the same difference, isn't it? You have to take your bateau to your chateau, right? You might end up beheaded. Yeah, maybe.
Hey Paul, happy Sunday.
Yeah, it's cool.
Let's have a great week.
Brits winning any medals in the gymnastics, Gene. I know they've done quite well. Like Max Whitlock only came fourth this time, but more recently, since 2008, we've actually started winning medals in the gymnastics here and there. But I remember for the longest time we never had anyone in the gymnastics ever, did we? It's kind of cool that they do pick up medals. I know there's going to be some horsey people not happy with that, but training an animal doesn't seem like it should be an Olympic sport. I guess they need to be trained to do show jumping and stuff, but there's a combination of horse and rider, and I'm sure that's the case for dressage, but I don't get it. I don't get that one. The dressage one I just can't get. I don't find it entertaining to watch. It's just watching a horse do a stupid walk sideways. I am really going out for pissing off the posh horsey set, aren't I? I really like horse racing. I think the show jumping's amazing to watch, and the cross country and stuff. There's some really cool stuff, but the dressage is just stupid. I'm sure Charlotte Dujardin is worried about more things right now than whether I like dressage or not. No. Which do I like more, Arteria or Bitterroot? I don't know. I don't really rank modded maps, dude. I probably played them both fairly equally this year. They're both very, very good. I don't really know what to tell you. They're both fairly similar maps, medium-sized. Bitterroot's got a little bit more. Maybe it hasn't. They both have bunker areas. I was going to say Bitterroot maybe had a bit more of an endgame area. It doesn't really. They both have. They're very, very similar. They have the walking in the games. Yeah. I don't know why that gets so much hate. You know, I know they look stupid. The reason it gets so much hate is that walking style they use looks stupid, but it's a hard thing to do. Go and do it. If everyone says it's easy and stuff, go and do it to the speed that they're walking at a speed most people couldn't complete that race if they jogged.
You, the kids and the Mrs. TRMZ are well.
Van, thank you for the 6 months. Wanderer, thank you very much. Max Pump, thank you. Ishkara, I hope you were good as well. Thank you very much for the 99. Holy shit. If Diaz is going to be sold, yes. And I think it would be good for many reasons. I think Gordon's a good player. I think it would be fucking hilarious to get one up on the Newcastle fans. But only if Diaz is going to be sold. If Diaz is staying, no, we shouldn't sign Gordon. The video keeps getting fucked.
I'm going back to Scotland.
Go on,
from IRL
fuck.
Chernarus, TRMZ
The video
order.
feed keeps getting cut. You could try lowering the resolution just a touch. Maybe it's internet related. No one else is having issues, but sometimes in certain places, we had it the other day. The YouTube server in your area might be struggling
Killed
a touch.
myself with a nade stupidly, only to run back and find 4 dead bodies with all the loot. No clue what happened, lol.
Very nice,
Hope you're well,
Snapback. GG. I am Davos. Well, I'd say I'm more of a follower than a true fan. I've never seen them play live. I've supported them for a long time. I've followed Liverpool since I was 4. But I've never seen them play live, and I'd probably prioritise other things over football, to be honest. So I really love football. I like it, but Liverpool's a long way away, and I've got other
7
priorities.
months
You know.
already. My baby bump is really showing now. I think he's gonna be a soccer player.
Tovs, yeah, you're right. Gakpo might be okay on the left, but he hasn't done. He might look good for the Euros, but lots of players do that, you know. Like Gakpo looked great for the Netherlands, but maybe he just can't cut it in the Premier League. Maybe he will be great on the left, maybe, but he didn't look great in his first season for Liverpool, did he? You know, like, and there's plenty of players that can do that. Who's that African player that Diouf? We signed Diouf, and he was absolutely amazing in a World Cup. How many times do you see that with players? For their country, for a tournament, they can be absolutely amazing. And then you've got a player that's actually terrible in the Premier League, or certainly not good enough to be starting. I'm not saying that's definitely Gakpo, but it could be. I'd really love Gakpo to turn out like and play for Liverpool like he does for the Netherlands all the time. That'd be amazing, but he didn't do that last year. And he didn't get to play in the right position a lot, that's very true. But it's kind of hard because the reality is Diaz is better than Gakpo. Even if Gakpo played like he did for the Netherlands, Diaz is better than Gakpo. You know, like he just is. So he's going to not play in his recognised position a lot because Diaz was not. He was the one that wasn't getting injured so much. You know, like. What's my closest city? Well, I live in Suffolk, so that there isn't really a city in Suffolk. So I guess my closest city is probably Cambridge or Norwich, maybe, or like possibly Chelmsford if that's a city. But like from Suffolk, Colchester, maybe. I don't even know if that's a city or not. But I'm just talking about like there is no city in Suffolk. So there's one in Norwich, there's one in Cambridge, there's some in Essex, but there isn't a city in Suffolk at all. I don't think. Yeah, he played for Senegal. That's right. He's followed them for 46 years. I can confirm for a fact that that is not true. There is no motorway in Suffolk, no. MP, no, there's none near me, no. They're all in certain cities, but none near me. I know Colchester is the oldest recorded town in the UK,
love.
but I can never remember what towns have changed to cities and what ones haven't. You know, I always forget. I have a funny feeling that Chelmsford got upgraded to a city, but I don't fucking care. Colchester's as big as Chelmsford, you know, so whether it's classed as a town or not, it's pretty big, you know. Ipswich is a town, Cannibal, but again, it's one of the biggest places in Suffolk. It's still a relatively small town, but it's not. There's no city in Cambridge. Sorry, there's no city in Suffolk. Started thinking of a city again. Colchester became a city a couple of years ago. Well, that's what I thought, knackered, but I don't really care if that's true or not. Like, whether it's a town or a city, I don't really give a shit. It's alright, Colchester. I go there every now and then. Might have a look around. It's not a bad place to go shops-wise. What's the difference between a quid and a pound? They're the same thing, Hectic. It's just like saying $10 or $10, 10 quid or 10 pounds. Same thing. I'm well aware of that. If you listen to the conversation where I was trying to work out where my nearest city was, as there wasn't one in Suffolk. Favourite team in League 2? Colchester? I think they're in League 2, aren't they? I don't know who's in League 2. Thankfully, I can't explain shillings, Florida, because I'm too young. I'm too young to explain shillings because I never seen any. I vaguely remember the halfpenny pieces, though. It's not lies. I'm genuinely too young now. I've not been around where we were using shillings. That's not a lie. That's true. So there was a shot from this town a while ago. I've only got a Mosin and no. I've got a Mosin and 2 bullets. I'm not exactly packing some serious heat. I'm so glad you're sharing all this news with me. F1, we talked about it a little bit. I quite like the idea of the inventory nerf. In a nutshell, the idea of an inventory nerf is a good idea. However, I'm not sure the way they're going about it is the best way, necessarily. We'll have to wait and see. I don't necessarily know best until I've tried it either, but I'd rather they tried to stop us putting guns that can shoot like AKMs in. This bag could take an AKM and an M4 with mags, with scopes, with suppressors, and be shootable. I think that's OP. I think that could do with addressing. I think they should make no guns fit in your backpack except for SMGs and pistols and sawn off rifles or shotguns. No big guns. Only on your back or in your hands. Making the inventory smaller is kind of cool, but I don't know if maybe they might need to just slightly balance other things with it. Little, maybe like reducing NBC loot size just a touch. Maybe increasing the degradation of, slowing down the degradation of a few things just a touch. Because if you've got no inventory space and you're a new spawn, you're not going to carry 2 or 3 knives because they wear so quick. Maybe they could wear just a tiny bit slower because you're not going to want to carry spares because you don't have any space. Dusky, it was from the stream the other day. They're making some jackets and trousers and vests a little bit smaller, so looks like they're going to leave the backpacks as they are now. But like this vest, for example, is currently 35 slots. It's going to be more like possibly, I think it might be 4x4. It might be 16 slots. So they're going to be making some of the inventory space smaller, but not backpacks. So we heard a shot, which is why I'm just coming up this way first. I don't see any dead Zeds. I think I'm going to go back this way for now. I think they want to make backpacks later on, if I understood that right. Well, I think they've already done that a little bit, Impy. They've already made backpacks rarer. On the coast, you very often end up making an improvised burlap sack bag, or even making a dry bag with, one of those small dry bags, like the bright orange ones. Combine it with rope. Or you're using a smaller bag. The zombies spawn smaller bags on them now, don't they? So I think they'll make the smaller bags on the coast, and then you can make an improvised one, and then you've got to go further afield to get a hunting bag or whatever.
Love your new video output frequency. Keep up the great work. TRMZ.
UK currency changed in 1971. There you go. I'm definitely not that old. Couple of months before my birth. Wasted. Thanks for the heads up. I had no idea when it was, but I knew it wasn't when I've been around. That's more than half, not slightly. Yeah, well, Sim, that's that change. That's the most... Of the pictures that we've seen, that's the biggest change. Some of the others are like going from 20 slots to 16 and things. So overall, it's slightly. You're arguing semantics, really. You know, that's just one example, right? We don't know exactly all the changes. The biggest one we've seen is that one. You could see him for a sec. He's going over towards the church. I'm not sure if that's the dude that fired or not. This may well result in a death, but fuck it, we might as well give it a whirl. I think they went in the church. Was that you that fired?
No, fuck no, dude, you scared the shit out of me.
Where's the guy that fired?
In this way somewhere.
Alright. I didn't think it was him because he looked like he was holding a pistol, which he was. The gun that shot was a big boy gun, wasn't it? It was a rifle of some sort.
Down here?
Damn it! I got one. There was several in there. There was actually another two. I could hear one talking to him. Damn it. It was brave, but I could hear one reloading, so I thought, fuck it, let's give it a whirl. Now I've just delivered a mimosin. I don't really care. What's stupid about it is we've just done such a slow loot route, sorry. We've just done such a slow loot route going to Scalisti and put all that time in. And then after it, I'm like, fuck it, I've not seen anyone for so long. I'm just going to blitz in and take a chance anyway. Oh, shit. Loo route, yeah. Too long of a loo route. I don't really mind, though. I don't want to die, but if I go in and there's a big group, then there's a big group, you know, shit happens. Have you tried the new Twitch app, Paul? It's so shit they made all the changes we never asked for. I've tried it briefly. I don't know. I don't use it very much. I'm not saying I like it, but the only thing I struggled with was I sometimes go on the app to just check my whispers, and it took me a little minute to work out where my whispers were, but I don't really care. I don't use it very much. Obviously, it's not a good thing if people hate it, so I do care from that perspective. I want people to enjoy using the Twitch app, because if they don't, they're not going to watch me on Twitch, are they? You know, so yeah, clearly there'll possibly be some changes as time goes on, but because I don't use it very much, I can go there and I'm not... A lot of the problems when things like that change are to do with the fact that they've changed where the thing that you use is, and so it becomes a pain in the arse until you're used to navigating the new one, you know. I didn't have that, is the thing. But if it's not great, it is annoying, you know. Like, I'm sure they would... as much as they may well have made a mistake with it right now, they are quite good at making changes, you know, so... If there's things that aren't so popular with it, it will get tweaked again, hopefully. So I'm sure they'll get there in the end. Yeah, I don't really know what the TikTok algorithm type deal is, but yeah. I don't use it too much, but yeah, it's a pain. It's a pain though. I completely agree. If users aren't liking it, that's not good, is it? You know. But I think a lot of the initial change is more like adapting to it. I can't Reaper, how you doing? Had a shit run so far, haven't we? Had some crazily good PvP lately, but today is not being a good day. It was really risky to go and push that with a Mosin and 2 bullets, but I haven't seen anyone in so long. I don't regret it. If you add up all the time spent fishing and swimming to Scalisti and swimming back and the survival you're put in, it was a little bit of a waste to chuck it all away going into that house, but I'm still going to do it again. Still, yeah, you're right. It could have been 1 player. It could have been 3. You never know. But if it turns out to be more players than you've got bullets for, you're in trouble. I think I'm just going to go round. Satans, that's cool. Sometimes watch on your TV and then chat on your phone. Ryan, thank you very much for the 25-month-ing. Cheers for the support, dude. Gecko, Crowbait, Stop Sign, JMC, Mr. Zandalf, Matt Mahoney, and Sparmap. Thank you as well. Thoughts on the 126 update? We've talked quite a lot about it. Well, I'm quite excited to try it. The main theme for me is that some of the changes seem to more hurt new spawns, and I think they need to try and do some stuff for endgame geared characters, like the bear and the wolf meat. I think that's a good little. It's a little change, but I think that's a good one. But I don't know. It's not going to be out for months yet, so there's plenty of time to I'd rather play it and judge it then, you know, but I think changes to the inventory system seem like a good idea, but there may be some unexpected downsides that need balancing. Seen anyone yet? I just got killed, dude, about 2 minutes ago. Royce, dude, thank you for the tier 2. Thank you very much. Jack, if you've got a 40-hour drive to Los Angeles, wouldn't you fly? Like, I thought short-haul flights in America were like fucking getting on a bus in the UK. Like, if you're faced with a 40-hour drive, would you not fly more often than drive? Flights ain't cheap. Well, they are in the UK if you do a flight like that. It's keys. Like my flights to go to Prague and back came to about £160, and I was checking a bag. You know, like that's flying to Prague and back. It's cheaper than getting the train into London and back twice. Short haul flights on somewhere like Ryanair or EasyJet in the UK they're cheaper than the trains. You wouldn't drive to Prague for the price you can fly for it anyway. That's it. That's weird, isn't it? I never really thought of that. But like, short haul flights over here are cheap. It's not about the destination, but the journey. 40 hours of driving might not be very fun, depending on what you're seeing. You know, like. I don't actually know if this has a proper NBC zone thing on it, but there's quite a lot of NBC spawning. Honestly, I don't think it does, so I don't know why I'm picking up. That's very true, yeah. The cost of the journey in your car will be a lot cheaper over there than our petrol is so much more expensive than yours. So that will factor in too, you know. You can see all sorts of landscapes driving 40 hours, but mostly what you see is the road in front of you there, right? Like, if you're a passenger, you can take in a lot more than if you're the driver, can't you? You know, like... I'm not sure if I need 3 can openers. But there's nothing right or wrong with that, though. If you enjoy it, if you want to do a 40-hour drive, do it. I wouldn't. Like, if I had a really fancy car and I could do, like, that typical GT thing, I'd like to do that once, you know, like drive down to northern Italy or something, like, and do that drive. I'd do it once in, like, a GT car if I had the car, and it'd be nice to do it once, but once you've done it, I wouldn't need to do it again. I'd just rather get to where I'm going in a much quicker way, you know. Stabby, are you really trying to say that we're only here? That's a reach, right?
I once submitted 10 puns to a joke competition. I really thought with that many, one was sure to be a winner.
Chill out, dude.
Sadly, no pun intended.
Who was the dude that was behind... There was an English guy that was behind, like, the World Wide Web as well, wasn't there?
Baby.
What was the name of the dude that was... I forget his name. It's a bit of a reach to suggest that everything only exists because of that. Because if you want to play that game, then we can say, well, America only exists because of the English, so we claim that too. do you see how that works? You know, like, and then we can say, well, the English only exist because of the Romans and the Saxons and the Vikings and the Normans and so on. So we can't claim it either, right? Like, it doesn't work that way. It's just human advancement. Like, let's leave it at that. Tim Berners-Lee, yeah, that's the one. He doesn't sound very American. And I think Alan Turing had quite a lot to do with sort of early computing, as did a lot of other English peeps as well, you know. But so be it. I thought Tim Berners-Lee had recently died, or did I imagine that? Ah, stabbing. Yeah, you have to put some little winks afterwards then, otherwise people think you're being serious, I think. A little kappa or something would be good. Tim Berners-Lee's still going, is he? That's good. Glad to hear it. Only 69 years old. I don't know. I'm somebody else that must have been a very similar invention. I don't know. Babbage. Sir Tim, by the way, I don't think you have to call them, by the way. I didn't know he was a sir, but like if I call Alex Ferguson, I don't think he's going to care, you know, like I guess it's polite if you know, but if you don't know, I don't think it matters, you know. It's not that formal, I don't think, you know. In fact, I would suggest if you've been knighted and you insist people call you sir, you should have your knighthood taken away. That's what I would suggest. Yeah, oh, I don't know, maybe I should go to the... Oh, maybe I shouldn't go to the police station. I was going to go to the PD and try and get myself a vest, but the smoke there makes me think I shouldn't do that. I don't want to bring the smoke, thank you. Yes, Lord Sugar. Only call a knight sir when they're carrying their sword and shield. Blimey. You'd have to wash your hands after eating honey, otherwise your gun or whatever gets stuck in your hand. Blimey. Sticky fingers in DayZ confirmed. Does that mean that you can go around the house turning on the light switches and stuff with your sticky hands and then pissing off the missus? I wouldn't know about that myself, obviously, but... Like make a cup of tea and then leave daub marks on the handle of the cupboard and stuff. I've never done that, never. Kamina Moya, thank you very much. Cheers for the 11 months. Old Man Marnie, Mardok, Schizophrenic. Cheers for the resubs, guys. Do I prefer PvE or PvP servers? I like servers with no rules where you can do a bit of both. I like no rules servers where you can get shot at, you can do shooting, you can team up, you can do what you like. PvE doesn't interest me. Like, servers that are only PvE are not for me. What's the worst rage quit moment you've had? It'd probably be the deaths to the step bug years ago. Like, I remember one, it was in a video, it's in one of the clips of the week videos, but I'd been alive for about 18 hours and I was in the Tan House. It's north of Pustoshka. Between Vybor and Pustoshka there's a long barn and there's a fortress house, a Tan House. And I was inside that, and I think I cooked some food or something, and I ran out. I was on the ground floor, and I ran out, and the fall from the step to the ground, which was about 3 inches, killed me. And that was a bug that used to happen in the game, where you could literally run over a rock, and it would simulate a fall from a great height, and you would die. You could run down the police station stairs, and it would think you'd fallen and died. You could just die for no reason. So I ran out of a house and died going down a step that was 2 or 3 inches high. And I'd been alive for about 18 hours. That was one of the worst. That was a... People say there's bugs in the game now. Like, when you could be that in the game that long and just died because you ran off a step that was not even 6 inches tall. My God, that was painful. When I was a kid, we used to switch the light switches with our elbows to avoid marking them. My mum was a cleaning tyrant. Blimey. I like that. Using your elbows. Using your elbows was easier than cleaning your hands, wasn't it? Don't clean your hands after you've eaten some jam sandwiches. Leave your hands all sticky. Just use the elbows. What got me into DayZ in the first place? Frankie on PC's videos. Anyone have the link for that video farting? It's one of the clips of the week videos from years ago. Nobody's likely to remember it off the top of their head. If they do, they're very hardcore. I made about 30 or 40 clips of the week videos. It was in one of those. I remember it being something like I was playing with Mind years ago, and I had a conversation about how annoying the falling off a step bug was. And then about an hour later, I died falling off a step. So I managed to intertwine the conversation and then it happening into a clip of the week.
Time flies, TRMZ love.
I remember the Survivor games back in the day. Lyric died to a metal gate opening. Blimey, I never saw that one. I saw in the last Survivor games. I vaguely remember Lyric dying at the car breakers yard at Novi Sobor. I remember that vaguely. Bradley, I believe he's moved back to South Africa, I think. Have I ever played with him? No. Never had the opportunity to, and I think he's in Africa or South Africa again. Could be wrong, but I think he is. Yeah, that was a fun moment, Garrett. Holy shit. There's a clip on my channel in one of the early videos. I don't know if it's in a Clips of the Week. And the VSS was in the game. Not the VSS, the V3S. And Inapsin was driving one, and he managed to get it under the map, go under a fence, and then like submarine under a fence, under the map, and then come up the other side of the fence and carry on driving. He went down a hill and ended up burrowing under it, like a rabbit burrowing or whatever, and burrowed his way through and came out the other side. Before DayZ, what games did you play? I wasn't a PC gamer. I played mostly first-person shooters on console. The biggest one I played for me was Call of Duty. From Modern Warfare to COD Ghosts, Call of Duty was my favourite game. COD Ghosts was the reason why I was looking for something else to play, and then stumbled into DayZ. Don't you remember Sour dying to a barn door? No, I don't remember that, Scout. I don't remember that at all. I've got the author player logins timeout thing. Oh, that's going to really suck. Talon, I've been playing DayZ since long before it came out on console, dude. So I switched to PC gaming. When I started playing DayZ, it was in 2014 specifically. I switched from console to PC specifically for DayZ. I'm going to try logging out of Steam and logging back in, because otherwise I may never... Better than a PBO error? I don't know if it is, because a PBO error you can fix. If it tells you what the issue is and you can fix it, whereas if you get the authentication timeout, you have to wait until the server's full to be guaranteed that you're going to get it. There's nothing like, if you get a PBO error and you can see what mod is causing it, you can fix it instantly and then get back in. With this, I can't do anything. I've just got to wait. Normally I don't get back in until the server's full, and then I can join the queue. Djokovic beat Alcaraz, did he? I didn't see that. If it's today, no, I've not seen any of it today. Was it quite scary quitting your day job and going full time? Barbers, it was a risk. I didn't find it too scary, and as far as I was really eager to try, and I liked the people I worked with, but my job was really dull and it was never going to go anywhere. So I was quite excited to try it, you know. There was some risk associated, but no, I was more excited. It wasn't scary. That's interesting. I'm kind of glad that Djokovic has won that because he's never won a gold medal. I'm sure Alcaraz will have time, but that was Djokovic's last time. He's never won a gold medal. For a player of his caliber, probably winning an Olympics is a thing he probably wanted to do, you know. Impy, God, that was a while ago. Mosing madness. What's my age? 38, dude. I think I've made it in. I think logging out of Steam and logging back in seems to have fixed it.
Happy
But
Sunday.
yeah, he did stream on True Colours. I don't know if he's... Hopefully he's a lot better health-wise, but I know this is just from last... He took quite a lot of time off last summer as well. Now, I know he's been ill, but he went to France last summer with his parents, I think. He might be going away again, you know, like... Hopefully he's having a good time rather than just being really, really ill, you know? Yeah, Dr. Iced has got moved and he's... I don't know if he streamed yet or not, but I saw on Twitter he was talking about streaming very, very soon. I'm sure he has. The giveaway is not over. No, the draw is still live until the end of today. Dr. Ice was on earlier today. Very good. Glad to hear it. That's cool. Cheers, Ragnarok. Take it easy, dude. Alcaraz does look very, very good. He looked like it's a decent bit of revenge for Djokovic for Wimbledon, but Djokovic didn't look like he was anywhere near Alcaraz. At that level, he was way better. Alcaraz was way better than Djokovic, like head and shoulders. That's not to say that he is like in his entire career, but Djokovic is coming towards the end of his career. You know, like. Djokovic in his absolute prime is likely to be a better player than Alcaraz is, but I'm not convinced Djokovic is in his prime anymore. He's still very, very, very good. Norway got a gold for the decathlon. Dale, that's a cool one to win. I'm quite excited for some of the distance races in, like, Team GB have done pretty well so far compared to how they do normally. Like, in the rowing for the last Olympics, we didn't get a single medal, whereas normally we're really strong at rowing. And this time we've done really well. I think 3 golds and lots of others as well. Like, Team GB are doing pretty well this time. But we've got some... We've got some really good quality 1500 metre runners, which we haven't had for a long time. Like, you might think I'm not old enough, but I can still remember the days of Seb Coe and Steve Cram. Vaguely. Very vaguely. So to have some people at those distances, like some of the more blue ribboned events in the track and field, that's kind of cool. Alf, I didn't think we got any medals in the rowing last time. Maybe we didn't get any golds, but I didn't think we'd gotten any. Alan Wells was a sprinter, but he was before my time. But he definitely didn't do 1500 metres or 800. Steve Ovett, Seb Coe and Steve Cram are the ones. Did I see the mixed 400 metre relay? I did, yeah. Bronze for GB. That was pretty decent. Daley Thompson is responsible for a lot of broken joysticks. Yeah. Yeah. It was 2 medals, was it, Alf? Maybe they were saying on the thing that there was no golds, but yeah, I know it was poor anyway. So they probably said no gold medals, and I just misheard what they were saying. But they said something along those lines in the on the TV the other day. And I watched a lot of the Olympics 3 years ago, but I don't remember most of it now. It was a bit harder to watch with it being in Japan as well, so I didn't see as much. But yeah, I think women's 800 and men's 1500, they're the favourites for both of those respectively are British athletes, which is kind of cool. Doesn't mean they'll definitely win. I think in the women's 800 there's Keely Hodgkinson, I think, and there's another Kerr, I think, who's likely to do well as well. There's a couple that might be vying for medals, which is kind of cool. The 100 metres is a crazy spectacle, but it's hard to really get excited about it, you know, like it's a crazy thing and it's an absolute feat, but there's so little to get. You can't enjoy it, can you know? Do you know? It's 10 seconds. It's not even 10 seconds, but like some of the other races can be much more fun to watch in my view, you know, like doesn't mean I'm going to watch it tonight. I'm going to watch it and like hope that Zarnell Hughes is Zarnell Hughes actually qualified. I saw him in the first round, but I don't know if he's qualified for the final or not. Yeah, I don't even know if the semis have been on, to be honest. But nonetheless, hopefully he makes the final. The semi-finals are on at 7 p.m. That makes sense then. Yeah, I'll try and watch those as well. I enjoy it though. I think it's good, but in terms of like a race to watch, watching say the 800 metres or the 1500 metres can be a lot more fun because you've got jockeying position. They're actually in a race against each other where tactics come in, and like you've got people that lead from the front and then others that hold their sprint till the end, and that it's a little bit more like a horse race in a stupid kind of way. There's more tactics involved about when they go and when they don't, and I think it's really fun to watch. Where obviously at the 100 metres there's no tactics, it's just got to be the quickest out the blocks, quickest to the end, and it's over in 9 and a bit seconds. 1500 metres was my sport until I found pubs. It was never my sport. Running was never for me. Right, let's go over this way. Start looking for hunting stuff. Yeah, it's funny. My name's RunningManZ, but it's only about the online nature of the running, not IRL. I don't run IRL. I do find that funny. At least once a week, I get like on YouTube. You can mention people, right? On YouTube, you can mention people. So, let's say I play with ArmishZ, I can @ him in the video, and I can mention him as a result, right? I get mentioned at least once a week in some Asian running video. Because they must look for ats or mentions that they can make related to running, and my one comes up because of the size of my YouTube channel. So at least once a week I get mentioned in some kind of random video of some Indian dude having a race. It's just kind of funny. I've watched a couple of them. It's kind of cool. Bouncy, that's a long way ago. I know one side of America can be other, but I wasn't trying to suggest the dude was flying from Florida to I don't know, San Francisco, was I? You know, he was making a 40-hour drive is not going to be that size, is it? You know, like a 40-hour drive isn't all the way across America. So I was talking about his situation. I know America is a big place. That's a very long paragraph to tell me that America is a big place. I appreciate the thought, though, nonetheless. How do I feel about Liverpool so far? I know they beat United overnight. Apparently they were clinically in front of goal and it was a fairly even game. But I don't really care about the pre-season friendlies too much. It's better that they're winning them, and that's good. But you can win all your pre-season friendlies and then lose your first 2 or 3 games in the league. That's how it... The pre-season friendlies are more for getting fit and for like just getting everyone ready. I ain't too worried. It doesn't really... It's better they win them, fair enough, but the main thing is they don't get injuries, and it's given... I nearly said Klopp then. It's given Slot the chance to look at the players and start to work out who he likes and who he doesn't. It seems that Carvalho is playing quite a bit, the dude that we got from Fulham, who was really promising and didn't make it under Klopp. I do wonder if there might be somebody like him that makes it, that wasn't going to make it under Klopp. You know, that happens all the time. Doesn't make Klopp a bad manager or anything, but I feel like Carvalho might be the one that makes it, that wouldn't have made it otherwise, maybe. You sometimes get it. It might be that, I don't know, one of the others, maybe somebody like Curtis Jones. Hopefully not. I think he's going to be good, but somebody like that, or somebody else that was playing a lot, maybe Kwanzaa, who knows? Maybe they don't make it, but that can happen. A 40-hour drive was from Virginia to California. I'm not driving from Maine to San Diego. No, I don't blame you. From the UK where I live to where my daughter lives in Germany is 1,000 miles. Just one big problem: there is 21 miles of seawater in between. Exactly. Like the flight from the UK to Germany would probably cost you what it would cost to get the car across the North Sea. You know, the flight to Germany probably costs the same as just literally getting your car over the ocean or over the channel, whatever. Whether you go on the train or whether you go on the boat, it's still going to cost you a bit to get it there, isn't it? Fourth Prince, 10th is working. It might be on a timer, so when you typed it, it's probably already happened. So it's definitely working. If you type exclamation 10th, it does work, but it's on a timer. So if you type it and someone else has just done it, it won't work. You've watched DayZ content for years. I've never seen a broom on fire. You've never lived, dude. It's given me the plus symbol. It's warming me up. It's an absolute no-brainer. It really is. Az might be cooking that as well. Maybe we should cook that. I have got honey. I don't think I'm going to bother. It's not worth it. I've got honey, which is really decent energy. I've drank shitloads at the well, so I might as well just eat the cucumber. I'm calling it cucumber, and it's not even that. It's a zucchini. I don't know why I'm calling it a cucumber. That's weird, but there we go. I don't need that shit. I want to kill it in the open. I don't want to kill it by the bed because it'll end up not being lootable. Sometimes they can spawn like hunting knives and stuff. Fucking shitty repeater, that sucks. Oh, come on. I got a different one. Underpaid Nick, thank you for the 31 months, dude. Cheers for the continued support, dude. Thank you very much for the resub. Funky Algae, thank you very much for the 2 months. Fleshka, thank you very much too. Mr. Cutter and Something Obscure, cheers for the new sub and the resub. It is cheaper to go on holiday abroad than the UK, especially in the school summer holidays, you know, like if you want to go somewhere, I don't think they're really for me, but if you want to go somewhere like Centre Parks, like going to stay at Centre Parks for 5 days in the UK, which is like it's like a great big dome and a swimming pool, and then you're staying in an apartment nearby, and then you can walk around in a forest, you can go swimming, and everything else costs you extra. But the cost of going to Centre Parks in the school summer holidays it's cheaper to, like, you could probably fly to Spain for a week and go there, you know, like, for sure. Like, even places like Butlins are really quite expensive, you know. Yeah, I'm going to Paris for a holiday, and the hotels are probably cheaper. Buying drinks in there is not necessarily cheap. You know, I remember paying more than £10 for a pint of beer in Paris in 2005. You know, so it wasn't cheap in certain areas, but like the hotels are normally a bit cheaper. City breaks are never properly cheap though. Like a decent hotel in Paris is not going to be cheap. Zagorki, yeah, that's why people do it. They pay the school fine anyway, and it's still cheaper to go on holiday. Ragnarok, thank you for the membership on YouTube. Sal, thank you for the 78. Cheers for the support, guys. Thank you. Yeah, Centre Parks is crazy. I've never been to a Centre Parks ever. I've never been. I think if your kids are a bit older and it's a decent active holiday, but a lot of the things they do there cost extra money, and I just don't want to do that. I'd rather go somewhere else. We've taken the kids to a few HPB places, which are like, there's a swimming pool and there's an apartment that you stay in, and there's a few facilities, but there's no extra costs, and then you've got a base to stay, and then you can go off and do other things, like places like Centre Parks and Butlins, even to some extent. You're a captive audience, almost. You can go away, but if you're paying to go there, you're normally staying on the site more often. And they get you there, and then they like Butlins. I cannot stand Butlins myself, but it's great for young kids. So I've been to a few, but it's great for young kids, but it's not great to go with young kids as a parent. How long does the broom last? If you hit with it, it gets ruined more quickly. The broom, it depends how long. It can last quite a while, like 20 minutes, but it depends what condition. If it was pristine, it lasts about 20 minutes. But it's burning down, so it's damaged. It was worn. It will go to badly damaged, and then it will turn into a stick. Zulu, whereabouts is over here, dude? I missed where you said you were, if you said that. I saw someone else talking about Turkey and hyperinflation a minute ago, but... Johnny, I don't know what mods are on the server, dude. It's still lightly modded. There's no infinite stamina. There's no trader bases. South Africa. Ah, okay. Centre Parks is expensive. Disney World, hold my beer. I've been to Disneyland Paris. You know that somewhere like that's going to be expensive, though, right? You can see a little bit why like if you want to stay in a Disney hotel at a theme park, you can see why the cost is high. Obviously it's Disney for a start, but you're staying in this crazy theme park, you're staying in themed hotels. Rightly or wrongly, you can see it's going to cost money. But Centre Parks is just like some apartment/chalets in a forest with a swimming pool. It's really hard to justify the cost the same. Like, you can kind of understand, it doesn't mean you like it, but you can understand why passes to go to a theme park for 6 days or 5 days or whatever, and a hotel to stay on site is not going to be cheap, you know. Stinger, that's not entirely true. I don't know exactly what mods are on the server, because mods in the server aren't the thing that... Mods will make me not join a server, but I don't join this server because of the mods. I joined it because it's lightly modded in Chernarus. What individual mods are on this server, I don't know. I let the launcher do it. I don't care. They're only small changes. They're only like a few things, you know, like... I can get turned off a server if it's too heavily modded. But I don't know what mods are on this server. I genuinely don't. I let the launcher do it. I don't do it. I don't have a fucking clue. Right. Eat a little bit of food when we get to this next... You just dropped the P1 pistol. Is there bullets in this, by the way? No. Sean, we've talked about it quite a bit. I'm interested to see about the inventory changes. I think, broadly speaking, it might be a good idea. I think the way that they're doing it might not be the best way, or it might be, I don't know. But I want to see them make it harder to carry loads of guns as an endgame geared character. I'd love to see it so that if you put an AKM in your backpack, it can't be fired. Like, you can put a gun in your hands and you can have 2 guns on your back. That's already OP. I'd like them to make it so you can't have assault rifles or blazes or SKSs. Any full-size gun shouldn't be able to come out of your bag on the hotbar and be fired. It's too much. I'd like them to do that. Disneyland is sad. Not if you've got kids, dude. It depends. If you've got kids, it's not necessarily sad. Theme parks are fun as well. People like roller coasters, you know, like some of the best rides are at those places, right? Depends how old you are. Depends whether you've got kids. You know, like I took my kids to Disneyland Paris twice, so I have quite fond memories of the place because I took the kids there when they were young. You know, like when they were young and really enjoyed it. They were walking around Disneyland Paris in little princess suits and stuff. You know, it's very consumeristic, but kids like the films, and they get into it. They like it. Going to Disneyland is a little bit like Christmas in a way, you know, like, so it's good for kids. They enjoy the hotels better. Well, mine didn't. When I went last, they were like not quite 5 and not quite 2. They didn't enjoy the hotel in the slightest. They enjoyed Disneyland. I went twice. I went before the second one was born, and then they've been since, but I didn't go. Disney adults are a thing, of course they are, mighty, but for kids they are a much bigger thing. I like Star Wars, but I don't need to go to Star Wars Land. Do you know what I mean? Like there's other things like as a personally, I'm not as into it, you know. But Disney is for whoever likes it. I'm not denying it. People can go a bit far with whatever they like, though. That's definitely fair. There's like in Disney, and then there's having like a Rapunzel bedspread or something when you're 35. But Mighty, the dude said he didn't like it, right? or she didn't like it. To be fair, I don't know. I can't remember what your name was, but I think it's fair to say that even if they don't like it, if they have kids, they might still end up going. Me neither. I don't. So you don't. You're playing devil's advocate. You don't even like Disney. Fuck me dead. Race car, Spider-Man duvet set where it's at. Yeah. I should have took that breastplate. To be honest, I'm going to go back and get it. Hi Matt, hope you're good. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, that does happen, Horrocks. You can no mods, but tweak the server in different ways. Disney ruined Star Wars. Yeah, George Lucas has done a pretty good job of ruining it himself, if I'm honest. Have you seen Phantom Menace? Fuck me. I'm not necessarily saying you're wrong, but it wasn't in a particularly good way before Disney got hold of it. And to be fair, like Rogue One and Rogue One is one of the very best Star Wars films. Disney made that, you know. I think that might be true. Getting old might have ruined Star Wars a little bit, but like the prequels from George Lucas were pretty terrible. There isn't one of them that's as good as the first three, and like certainly Rogue One is better than all three of the prequels. So to say Disney ruined it is maybe they did. Maybe that would be better if there was no more Star Wars films. But if there was no more Star Wars films, we wouldn't have had Mandalorian, we wouldn't have had Andor, we wouldn't have had Rogue One, and they were all really, really good. Certainly early Mandalorian, anyway. Oh, see, the burning broom just is keeping me warm, right? I was cold, and it's just like you can light a broom with matches. It will actually dry your clothes. It will dry the contents of your inventory. It will keep you warm, give you the plus symbol. Just a good idea, you know. If you see a broom and you've got matches, you might as well light it and carry it. If it's raining or if it's cold or whatever, if you can do, you might as well. It helps your character. I thought the Solo film was okay. I don't think it was anything amazing, but it was alright. I didn't think it was bad. It was like, it just didn't quite get the humour right. It tried to have like a little bit of a, like humour running through it. A little bit like Guardians of the Galaxy does in a way. It was kind of going for that, but it just didn't quite get the humour quite right. Phantom's okay. 3 is very good, better than 6 in my opinion. I'm finding your numbers quite hard to follow.
The exoskeleton. Love.
I guess 3 is you're saying 3 is better than Return of the Jedi. That's what you're saying. 3 is okay. It like the ending was really quick though. Like they went like. I wanted to see more of the fall into Darth Vader, and it was done so stupidly quickly, right? He has one little fight, and then he gets scared and moves to his auntie and uncle in Bel Air. I don't know, but the whole film took ages to get to the final bit, and then it's over real quick, and then Padme's gone in like no time, and it makes not much sense. It's just all done so quickly, and it's all. It takes so long to get there, all these slow fucking laboured dialogue in like looking over a lake while they talk to each other and say nonsense, and it's so badly written. And then right at the end where they could have done a bit of like him actually turning really dark, and they could have done a lot more with the character, and they don't. He just has a bit of a scrap, he loses it, he doesn't have the high ground, and then he wakes up as Darth Vader. They really didn't get the end of that right. So I'm just coming to the left a little bit, because along this road can spawn a convoy if we're really, really lucky. I certainly think the age you're at has something to do with it, but Empire Strikes Back has got some darkness in it. It's got like Luke Skywalker finding out something, and it's got a plot twist, and it's got some Harrison Ford's character Han Solo ends up frozen in carbonite. They don't win, you know. there's some darkness in it. It's good, and Rogue One has got that, you know, like. There is more desperation in it. It's more story. It's better written. But if it's trying to get to a formulaic ending, yeah. Have you watched the original Star Wars lately? It's proper poo. I don't think it is glossy, but the reality is you've seen it already, so your opinion of it's already been formed. So it's quite hard to change that. So you might be right, but. You have to take into account the fact that they were made in the late 70s and early 80s, you know, like a lot of films from the late 70s do not look as good as Star Wars does, you know. Fresh Prince got played over here all the time, Jeffrey. Fresh Prince used to be on 5 days a week at 6 p.m. I think on BBC Two or something. But yeah, it got played a lot. MTK, thank you. The newest video is some of the best content out there. Such a great video. Thank you, dude. Yeah, the dialogue between Natalie Portman and Hayden Christensen, and it was just. There is some of that. Apparently, there was a lot of that in the early ones. Like the dialogue that George Lucas has written was meant to be really, really poor, and the actors were trying to convince him to make him say other lines. And like, George Lucas is clearly the idea for Star Wars, and the films that he's made are amazing, and he's clearly got a lot of talent. Indiana Jones is amazing as well. Like, he's clearly very talented, but maybe dialogue is not his strong suit. You know, like his dialogue between the characters is not good.
Love the latest video. Keep up the great content.
Yeah, maybe he could have done with Cormac McCarthy to write the dialogue for him. Rest in peace, Cormac McCarthy, by the way. But yeah, dialogue was not necessarily his strong suit. Let's say. How much is American TV consumed over there? Well, probably about as much as our music is consumed over there, I suppose. It's quite common. We have all the same shows you have, right? Like, a lot of our shows are, like, end up going out to yours as well. It's not uncommon, you know, but like most of the big TV shows get showed over here. Of course they do. Like, whatever show you can think of as being popular over there is probably being shown over here too. Whether it be, I don't know, Boardwalk Empire or The Walking Dead or Game of Thrones or whatever, they're all on over here, and they're all big. They're all a big deal. The American Office is on the streaming services. I've never watched the American Office personally. I don't like the British Office. I suspect I'd like the American Office more, but I've never bothered. And there you go, in Twisted. You've just gone there. I don't like the British Office. So I've seen quite a lot of the British Office, but I'm not a big fan. So I never bothered with the American one.
Hi Paul, happy 41 months. Much love to you and the fam.
Yeah, if you look at how the Jedi are, they aren't they're meant to be like the white knights and everything, but they're not necessarily the best. They effectively go around like looking for people high in the force and then kidnapping them into a life of solitude. You could argue that. Yeah. I think it's hard to argue that the other side were a great deal better blowing up entire planets to prove a point, though. Tinky, Dipshit, Axis Hunter, Rooney, Lax, cheers for the support, guys. Thank you very much. From a Brit, the US office is far better, and then there's somebody else saying on YouTube, I much prefer the British office. I don't know. I never really bothered. There's some good people in the office, in the American office. The cast is good, right? But they've made so many now, and I just can't be arsed. I did like early Red Dwarf Cal, yeah. I haven't seen any of the more later on seasons that they did on Dave. I've not seen, but the early seasons, like maybe up to like 3 or 4. Either way, both written by Ricky Gervais. I don't think Ricky Gervais is involved in the American office, is he? I don't think he is. I don't think he writes the whole thing. I think the American office has a team of writers. I don't think Ricky... I think more he's the inspiration for it, I thought. I don't think he wrote it. Could be wrong. I've come to inspect your midichlorians before I kidnap your son. Steve Carell was the main character in The Office for a long time. Slight spoiler. I didn't give spoiler warnings for Star Wars, despite people moaning about it. We're talking about fucking 30 or 40-year-old films in many cases, but... well, more than that for some. Coming up to 50. Yes, I think Steve Carell leaves at some point. Yeah, well, him and Stephen Merchant created The Office. On that subject, have Stephen Merchant and Ricky Gervais fallen out then? I know, like, Ricky Gervais does mostly, like, he's obviously he has done some stuff like Afterlife, but Derek, but did they actually fall out or what? They used to be, like, joined at the hip, didn't they, for a while? Slot Racer, I know, but a lot of people are watching it on the streaming services, I guess, over here. What watch would you prefer, Seiko 5 or a Tissot PRX? There's loads of different Seiko 5s. I think the Seiko 5 is better value. It's about half the price of a PRX, unless you get a quartz one. The PRX is, if you want to wear it to work and you work in an office, it's a better choice. But if you're not wearing it, if you're like doing more manual work or you want to wear it more for weekends, the Seiko 5. I just got all excited thinking, oh good, I've got a Mosin, but that was before, wasn't it? I lost that.
Day, Dave. Hope you and the family are all okay. TRMZ love.
What do you think is the most overrated, overpriced watch brand? It's a really tricky question. It's a really fashionable brand to hate, but I'm not keen on Hublot. And one of the reasons is really justifiable. They do some £10,000 or £11,000 watches that have movements that belong in £800 watches. You know that some of the movements in some of their very expensive but lower end watches for them, but very expensive watches are shocking. So I'm going to go for Hublot on that basis, I think. Even though I quite like them, Bremen would be quite high up as well. They're overpriced for what they are. Well, we're getting some decent shit.
Another one.
Oh! Hi, Josa. Hope you're good. Good movements are important to a men of our age. Damn straight. You better stop putting melee in slot 4 if you're wanting to move melee to 6. It tends to stay in slot 4, dude, and then once in a blue moon it ends up on slot 6, but that's quite rare. Usually I've got sniper on 2, close range, dig you out of trouble gun on 3, suppress pistol on 1, and then normally the melee goes on 4 and stays on 4. Johnny, where'd you go to find Emo's in the snipers? Well, it depends on the server, but in the regular official game, places like this get you the scopes and the bullets, occasionally a gun. Hunting stands, feed shacks, castles, summer camps, hunting areas in general are the best places. And there are a selection of houses that actually spawn hunting loot. I'll show you one in a minute. It's over that field over there. But I checked a red stilted house in the middle of a field that way about 2 kilometres ago. Like random houses that are on their own a long way from any other towns. They can be hunting houses as well, but there's hunting loot spawning areas. The best ones are castles and summer camps and hunting stands and feed shacks. How do we get contacted if you win a PC? Well, when you entered, you had to give your name and your email address. So I think they'll probably send you a telegram. They're definitely going to email you, dude. Not a brand I'm familiar with, Nibs. Mortlack don't ring a bell to me at all. I have never seen one. Sorry for the Saki reply, I just couldn't resist, you know. But yeah, when entering, yeah, you had to give your email address, so that's definitely how. Spanky, you need to click the link and follow the instructions on how to enter. It's Scotch. I was thinking it was a brand of watches, to be honest, Mortlack. I've never tried it. It could have been a watch brand I'd never heard of, or it could be whiskey I'd never heard of. But either way, I've never heard of it. But no, I've never tried it. Billy, do you ever play longer-term servers like servers with bases and whatnot? Yeah, I play on Karma Crew, for example, but I don't build bases. So
keep doing great things. Whether
I'm on a base server or not, I don't build bases, so it doesn't really make much odds, you know. Wiggles, thank you very much. How do I stay 38 like you, Paul? Turning 48 today, finally starting to feel old. You old bastard, dude. Yeah, you're older than me, even. Berto, happy birthday. To be honest, dude, just create an internet persona and stick. You know, don't twist, stick. It's fine. Wiggles, thank you. Yamo, splendid. Hazardur, Revs, cheers for the support, guys. You're very, very kind. Thank you very, very much. Splendid Stardust, cheers for your own sub and the gifted sub, dude. Now, this is not a place to find them, so I've just found on this server, they've added hunting spawns to barns. But this is not where you'd find it in the regular game, so you wouldn't necessarily find one here on official. Citizen are doing some decent stuff lately, aren't they? They've done some really good stuff. Citizen are doing some good stuff. Christopher Ward are doing some crazily good stuff. Both are, but I quite like quite a few of both of those, but I don't own one of either. But yeah, you wouldn't get a tundra like that in a barn like that normally. Gonna need a cleaning kit. I could actually get this greenhouse. That's a hunting house, so it can. I think there's a zombie just in the right there. Either it's that one and it ran really quick, or I was going to say it's got the same top on, yeah. Crazily expensive stuff from Christopher Ward. I think in the whole watch space, they're still a value brand, right? But they do some more expensive watches like the Bel Canto, but they do some really good. Price is a subjective thing, of course, but what you could get from Christopher Ward for £800, it's a lot of money. But you could get a similar watch from another brand and it would be £2,000, you know? Like they're using very good quality movements for the price they're charging, you know? And they're nicely made as well, like some decent finishing for what the price they are, you know? Don't know if I need that or not. Zagorki bars are on me. The Zagorki bars are on me! There you go, I said it properly. I did have a 9mm pistol, I think I dropped it. Sounds like an angry swan, doesn't it, that one? Hi, Unbound, hope you're good. Random unrelated question. I sold my Xbox a year ago due to finances, but looking to get something back. In people's opinion, is it better save for a gaming PC or get an Xbox back? Only really play DayZ. It depends how long it's going to take, you know. Like, if you said it was going to take you 6 months to get a console or a year to get a PC, I'd say wait for a PC. You know, like how long it's going to take and what's right for you is a very thing for you, but if you're able to go the PC route and it's really for DayZ, it's going to be better. You've got all those modded servers, you've got a better control system, you've got all sorts of other benefits too. But it's going to cost more. And that's perception of value is only for you to answer, right? Like, clearly console is great in that there's one price, you buy the game, you buy the console and away you go. So it really depends. There's no one can answer that for you, but if you get PC, you're obviously open to playing the Mouse, Candir Isle, and all those other cool modded maps, Alteria, Anastara, Bitterroot, and so on and so on and so on. You've got a lot more to. DayZ is a lot more on PC in terms of what's available. I'm not trying to lord it over console players though. I think it's great that it's there, and the new map can't come soon enough, you know. Black Wolf, thank you for buying the merch. Cheers for buying the t-shirt, dude. Thank you, Little E's, and Wiggles before that. Thank you again, dude. Seiko are going really vertical on their prices, though. They do still do some watches like the Seiko 5 at 300-ish, but they have a hell of a lot more that are going into four figures now, you know, like they're very nice, but Seiko, you can buy Seikos for like £3 or £4 not grand Seikos. They do actual Seikos for like £3,000, £4,000, £5,000, you know, like Seiko. I find that crazy. They're brilliantly finished, but at that sort of price, you'd probably go. You might as well get a Grand Seiko or something, I suppose. And they do have like you say, Deepwater. Seiko have a limited edition for their limited editions. You know, we need to have our 25th annual limited edition of the time we did a 27th year annual limited edition. King Seiko are okay, Matt. There's nothing wrong with them, but if I think King Seiko are like they're not quite the same as Grand Seiko. Like King Seiko and Seiko, whichever you like. You know, for me personally, if I'm going to get a Seiko, I'd be looking at something like an Alpinist, and I wouldn't go much more expensive than that. Seiko are really good at the price that. At the entry level price for these are all expensive, of course, but in terms of where watches can go, excuse me, for an automatic watch, they're in the kind of entry level section. I'd stick in there. You know, if you're going up to higher levels, there's better things to get, I think. Zandalf, I've never held a King Seiko in my hand. I kind of just covered that, I guess, but for me personally, if they're decent enough price and you like them, get them. All of the Seikos are finished better the more you spend. The more expensive Seikos are much more better finished than the cheaper Seikos, but I just think, like, some brands... Let's talk about cars, you know. Like, one of my favourite cars of all time is a Ford, but Ford make cars in a certain bracket. You know, I know they do one or two crazy, like, sports cars they have done in the past. But if you buy a Ford, you're buying a family car, you know. They're not just going to go and start competing with Rolls-Royce, and there's no point. If you want to buy something that's competing with Rolls-Royce, you look at them, or Mercedes, or you look at whoever, you know, like... if you're going to buy a Seiko, buy what they're famous for, you know. If you're going to start spending more money, there's other things to look at, probably. My missus just said you sound like a Blue Peter presenter. Blimey. Not what she said to me last night.
Edition. TRMZ LUB.
Black Wolf, thank you very much once again. Oh, that wasn't the alert, was it? That was the Postman. It was Postman. Cheers, dude. Thank you. What's my favourite Ford? The Mondeo. One of my favourite cars was a 57 plate Mondeo. I really liked it. I had quite a few different old banger Fords. Like I had a really old Fiesta and I had an Orion and some others over the years. But I had a 57 plate Mondeo. I really loved that car. Like say, well played. Did she at least get a badge? Nah. Please tell me that's not aggroed. That's a bear. Most Chaff, thank you very much for the gifted subs. That's really kind, dude. Thank you. Been a really shit day today, run-wise, hasn't it? I've not had any luck in the game at all. I'm getting decent loot this life, at least, but it's been a terrible run. Quite common to get bears in those trees. I can't even see the bear, but it's over there. Instead of looking for bears, I ought to be looking for dudes. If I could get very lucky, I could maybe find myself the weapon cleaning kit I need, or maybe a different gun.
Any Mosins today? Lol, hope you're well, man.
What about Grand Seikos with the spring drive movement? I really like them, but they're a bit... Not the spring drive movement is amazing. It's really good. Sorry, guys. Boring watch talk, okay? There's an emote for it. Can't help it. I got asked the question. Grand Seikos are absolutely stunningly well made. They're incredibly well finished, but they nearly always come on a really ill-fitting bracelet. They don't have any micro adjust on the bracelet. Yes, you can put them on a leather strap, but you spend all that money. It either comes on a steel or a titanium bracelet, and it doesn't fit properly. You can't adjust the bracelet. You need to use tools to do so. Some of them you can't do it at all. You've got to start putting half links back in or whole links in or whatever. They're an absolute ball ache in terms of fitting them, and they cost a hell of a lot of money. And yet you can buy watches a fifth of the price that have an adjustment on the bracelet, so that you, like on a hot day, you can extend the steel bracelet just a little bit, and then on a cold day you can make it smaller again. That's not a feature that belongs on, but should be missing on a watch of that caliber. It's so annoying. I have indeed, Samuel, yeah. But Grand Seiko watches, the dials are amazing. The finish on them is amazing. They look like they've cost way more than the price you pay for them. But they're an absolute pig to wear.
I finally agreed on something. We're both mad that I married her daughter.
Coach, fair play. Cheers for the very generous bitterning, dude. Thank you. D-Bear, thank you as well. Grand Seiko are great, except for when you wear them. When I was in London the last time, me and the missus went to the Royal Academy Summer Show. I went and had a look at a Grand Seiko. I didn't buy it. I had no intention of buying it. And it was the latest Grand Seiko. It wasn't spring drive, but it was the latest of their 9R range. The Evolution movement, but it was an automatic watch with a kind of funky green dial. I forget the name, but it was one of the Evo 9 range anyway. And I said to the dude, I don't really like the bracelet very much. Just the second I put it on my wrist. And immediately he said, I'll give you a free deployant clasp and a free authentic Grand Seiko strap. In other words, no fucker likes the bracelet. They're prepared to give you like a £600 worth of deployant clasp and bracelet because everyone says the same thing. That's kind of crazy. But yeah, I'm never going to buy. I wouldn't buy from a boutique in London. Substatica, well, if I go into a shop and put it on my wrist, there's the slight inkling that I might buy it. But I actually did say I'm pretty certain I won't buy it today, but it's really hard if you don't see it. And I don't rag people for that so much. What I rag them for is taking pictures of watches on their wrist and posting them to Instagram. That's pathetic. People do that all the time. They go into watch shops, try on 30 watches, and then spend the next month posting those pictures on Instagram like they own them. It's stupid.
What is your name? What website am I on? Congrats on 10 years.
It's more the taking pictures and posting them online that people do that really annoys me. Kane, thank you for the 5 months. All very valid questions, and none of which I know the answer to. Cheers for the support, dude. Thank you. Adam, would that be Nico Leonard by any chance? I saw a video today about a British watch expert telling millionaire rappers that 70% of the watches they bought were fakes. He's actually Dutch and he's based in Belfast. It's probably who you mean. Nico Leonard makes those videos. Yeah, Genby Valley, that's the one, Spudder, yeah. My server was doing an update 5 minutes ago, now I can't join the server. What do I need to do? You need to update the mod. First time chatter when you can't join a server. Hey Google, please can you tell me who can answer my question? Yeah, I'm still going to answer it too. Yeah, normally it's because the server has updated a mod and you need to update your mod, so you need to know which one it is. When it tells you can't join, it should come up with a message. That'll tell you the name of the mod you need to update. Update that mod. Yeah, Nico is Dutch. He lives in Belfast. He speaks English a little bit like he might be from there in a way. Not really, but He was on the books at Ajax as a youngster and got a really bad knee injury, I think, and ended up going into watches as a different route because he couldn't be a footballer. Classic vintage watch or new, second-hand, 4 to 6 years old. I always suggest a more recent watch. If you want one watch and you want to wear it, get a more recent one. If you've got a vintage watch, it's going to be a ball ache. It's going to get magnetised. You can't ever swim with it. It's a bit harder to get parts. It might be more expensive to service. People might not service it. Vintage watches are great, but normally they sit in a drawer and don't get worn very much.
Said she's trying.
A more recent watch is something you can just wear every day. That's better. Star Wars talk has now triggered the Star Wars Oreo ads. Sorry. Fat Tony, exactly. Vintage watches always end up in a box. Well, I said drawer, but you're right. They're so delicate that you don't ever wear them. When do we play DayZ 2? I'm going to guess at 2027. I don't know anything, but I reckon then, or about then. Why am I carrying sticks anyway? Plumsky, thank you very much for the support. My Google speaker said she's trying. Plumsky, cheers for the 6 months. Thank you. Fosola, Budstud, thank you very much for the support as well. Wrist watches are for chavs. Pocket watches where it's at. Eddie, that's horseshit. Trying to generalise that wrist watches are for chavs is like me trying to say, I don't know, like... pocket watches are only for people that wear monocles and are mostly out of the 1930s or before. Mostly people that dress like that. I don't want to say his name, but he's a politician. What the fuck is that guy's name? The most upper class knob there ever was. Oh god, I can't remember his name. It's Rees-Mogg. Yeah, Jacob Rees-Mogg would be the kind of dude that would have a pocket watch, dude. You get asked a question and then stop. You go, just 1 second, and then pull out his stopwatch. Now, I'm not saying that's the case, but it's just the same kind of stupid generalisation. Not many people actually use pocket watches. I think they are cool. I kind of like them. Unfortunately, I don't wear suits, and I don't think I can pull it off with... cargo shorts and a beer belly. Tactical, how you doing, dude? DayZ's not had any resurgence in the last month or two, I don't think, but this year it's been played by more people this year than any year before so far, I think. Its all-time peak player base was over the winter of 2024. I'm just coming across this way because there's a potential convoy over here, so I just want to see if it's there or not. I think I'd see it if it was here now. It's just, there's a road coming up this way. It would be on that road. I still can't really see it. My Mrs. Eldest has a pocket watch. She's obsessed with Victorian fashion though. Very cool though. I think they are good. You can buy crazily good like movements from really well-known companies for nowhere near the money for one of those because they're just not so fashionable. So you can get some really cool stuff. It's a sickness collecting watches. Just sold 8 and have 2 new ones on the way. It can be, dude. What makes a movement good or bad? It's very complicated, Shatter. You know, like if we're talking regular wristwatches, there are off-the-shelf makers that make decent enough movements, but they have a price. So you get ETA movements. There's nothing wrong with them. They're perfectly fine, but they're normally in watches that are, let's say, £800. But what some companies have done in the past, like in the past Tag Heuer have done this, for example, they've sold a watch with that £800 watch kind of movement for £4,000 and used their brand to sell the watch. But it's got a movement. You could go and buy an Oris for £800 with the same movement in it and just as good of a quality case, and then you can go and buy a Tag for this. Like, that's where the problem is. But you can get like movements that are more accurate, have a bigger power reserve, lots of different things. They can have like a larger mainspring, they can last longer, but mainly the more you spend, the more accurate you get on the whole. The actual watch becomes more accurate. And then when you get to the really, really high end, above where I am, really, it's more to do with finishing, and like they make, like the movement is like a it's not just a movement to be functional, it's a movement where every part has been individually handmade and hand finished, and like the bevels are finished by hand, and it becomes like the actual movement itself is like a piece of jewellery. Good aims. Do I base my live streams rewatching? It just, if something's like, for example, in the last stream, Good Aims, the last couple of hours was an absolutely amazing thing where we heard people on the radio and then tried to work out where they were, and me and this other dude went off hunting 2 people from the radio. So the live streams worth rewatching are just ones that I consider exactly that. Something in that stream is out of the ordinary, very, very cool. It might be that there's really good PvP, or there might be a good adventure. But so I put the last stream into the playlist because there's something in it that's a crazy moment, you know. I don't know if I should be coming to the airfield with a Tundra and no secondary, but I've got to be honest, it's 6:10. We're in fuck it time. Breitling did the same, Max. Yeah, Tag have done it, Breitling have done it, others have done it, but people have become a lot more discerning, you know. Like, maybe 15 years ago, people would want a watch. They would buy the brand, they'd buy what they like the look of, but nowadays there's a lot of there seems to be more watch collectors, maybe, and people are a lot more smart about what they're buying, so the watch companies have had to really up their game in what they will do, you know. Breitling don't do that anymore. They do have some movements that are not made by them, but they like, if you buy like a Navitimer or something, chances are it's got their own movement in it. And even in the ones, like, they use Kinesi movements in some of their time-only watches, which is the Tudor movement. God, I'm such a nerd, sorry. Zulu, the last stream will either be tomorrow or Tuesday. I'm definitely going to stream tomorrow. I'm not 100% sure about Tuesday. Yeah, if you want to use the head torch, you can just leave it on your head. As long as there's a battery in it, just tap L and it turns the head torch on. Just tap L. Last stream before what? You quit forever? Yeah, I quit forever. Do I watch Luxury Bazaar? I've seen a couple of the videos, Jack. I don't really watch hardly any YouTube stuff anymore. I've kind of gone right off it. It's become a lot more... YouTube watch-related stuff has become a lot more about desperately seeking the clicks than it has been about I'm interested in this topic, so I'm going to make a video talking about this topic. It's like they're like if I see another video that's just like, here's a real Rolex, here's a fake Rolex, you won't believe that there's next to no difference. You know, like no, they don't do that for any care. They've like some watch YouTubers has made that video about 6 times. You know, they're just desperately trying to get the clicks, and I've kind of gone right off a lot of it because it's not about being interested in it. People start on YouTube as a hobby. They start, and it can happen. It could happen to me. I don't think it has, but it could. People start because they're a hobbyist and they're really into a topic. But when they get far, they then only do things solely for clicks. Now, I obviously make titles appealing and I'm trying to get views, you know, but I only play the game for fun. I do play the game on stream. I in fact do it for a living, but I try and find the fun in the game, and then a video comes along when it comes along. You know, I'm not setting up encounters. I'm not setting anything up. I'm not trying to rig up any particular thing and specifically make a video around any particular thing. I just play the game, and then when a story happens, we make it into a video, you know. But the watch ones are mostly so desperate for views that they don't make a video about something that interests them. They only make a video if they think it will get views, which makes it about tedious subjects that everybody already knows. And I think a lot of the watch YouTubers have done that. You know, it's all like not long ago it was all Rolex market updates and Rolex this, and because they're popular brand, right? But they were all about that, and now that the market's gone down, it's all like Rolex hate videos. Like nobody's actually saying anything they think. They're just trying to pander to what they think people think to get views. It's just dull. And it happens with a lot of things, but it just feels like it's happened a lot lately. I don't know. There are some really good ones out there, like Jody, Just One More Watch. Definitely he doesn't fall into that category, you know. Like, and there's others as well. Not just him. There's many others, but a lot of them have they just piggyback onto the most popular brand and churn out video after video about shit they just can't possibly be interested in. Mike, I don't think anyone's said they liked it yet, really, but lots of people seem to be not liking the new Twitch app. Yeah, Wristwatch Revival is great. Yeah, he's great. Oh, that sucks, Always Infinite. Francisco, thank you very much for the tip. Appreciate it, the super chat. Thank you. It's something I would quite like to do one day, is do like watch related stuff, but it's not likely to happen. I haven't got the time or the ideas, but I wouldn't mind. I could do like a podcast or something, I guess, but I don't know. I don't really have the time. Yeah, Samuel, I'm going to be on holiday. So my kids are here. It's the school summer holidays. The schools are off for 6 weeks, and my kids are here right now. They're here right now, but they've gone to my mum's, their grandma's, for a couple of days, and then I'm off for a week and a half or so. Milburn, I'm not going to do a DayZ podcast. No, there's already people doing that. Boydie's doing one. The Friendly Podcaster's doing one. There's a few others as well. Tardux and some others. So there are some DayZ podcasts. I'm not doing a DayZ podcast. No. There's already some podcasts, and effectively all of my streams are like little podcasts. You know, I don't need to do I don't want to do a DayZ podcast. Like, we talk about DayZ when I'm streaming loads and loads, along with all sorts of other subjects, of course, right? I need a secondary. I picked up that's a CZ. What condition is that? It's damaged. Does it need a mag or does it not? It does. Fuck that then. I'm probably going to be going on a DayZ podcast at some point. One that I've not been on before, but when that happens, I'll let everyone know, if it happens. missed a shotgun, did I? Ugh. Really want a shotgun though. It's good, but it's not the one. Will you go on that Australian guy's channel? Jambon, do you mean, if you mean Boydie, then I've done an interview with Boydie before. So there's on his YouTube channel, there's an interview with me on it already, a long time ago now, but I'm struck that Boydie's podcast is on, they do it at the weekends, and it's either, it used to be on a Saturday, I think now it's on a Sunday, but I can't do it. I can't do it. The time is not a time that I can physically do. Oh, much better. How many bullets has that got? 3. If I kill these zombies, I could potentially get myself a better vest. Sorry, not better vest. I could get myself some SKS bullets. Not that zombie, I can't, but... Fuck me, how did that hit me? Yeah, doing a podcast is... The reason I would do a DayZ podcast is to try and help out the people doing the podcast, right? Like, I could come across sounding big-headed, and I don't want to, but effectively every stream is like a podcast, and the amount of people that watch one stream would be massively more than anybody would watch a podcast, right? That's not big-headed, it's just a fact. But if there are podcasts out there and like making regular DayZ content, me going on it is not a bad thing because it helps them make a podcast, and obviously they're making podcasts on DayZ. I play DayZ, you know. I think I'll try to do them here and there where I can, you know. But effectively, each one of my streams is a podcast, and so we can all talk about DayZ here as much as we want, you know. Like, box of ammo on the bench. Did I miss a box of ammo? Did I? Probably in the last one.
Keep on running.
Gas grenade. Oh god, I thought the door was here. I didn't realise it was an L-shaped. I never loot this barrack normally. I need to be careful, actually. I don't have any bandages. I don't have any bandages at all, so I could come really unstuck. I could really become unstuck here. Yeah, I'm going to watch the 100 metres final red line. I'm hoping to stop just in time to catch the semis as well, but I think the final is around 8 PM-ish or 8:30 in the UK. So I'll be done in time to watch that. Yeah, I've got one use of a bandage left, but that's not great, is it? Yeah, the semis are about 7 PM.
Knock knock. Who's there? Who? What do I look like, an owl?
3 out of 10. Cheers for the support, Ironic dude. Thank you. Plug me sideways. Thank you, Francisco. Cheers for the support as well. Come on, both of you. Straight to jail. Yeah, do not pass go. Do not collect 200. Yeah, it was Robot Lady's delivery that was the problem, I'm sure. Demir, thank you very much for the Prime. Maybe disinfect the sewing kit just in case. Have I got something to do that with? I don't remember picking up any disinfectant, but I might have some squirrel with me. I don't think I've got any, have I? No, I haven't. Bow-winning robot lady for Amish said, did she? Did he? That's good. Down with other streamers. On that subject, I hope HB gets his internet sorted. He was unable to stream on Friday, I think, because the internet was too slow, and it looks like he might not get a fix for a while. You can disinfect sewing kits, white sewing kits you can. I think maybe leather as well, but you can use a sewing kit to like bandage effectively. You know, it sews up the wound. So if you're bleeding, you can use a sewing kit to sew the wound. But just like with bandages, you have to disinfect them first. Otherwise, when you do the sewing, you can give yourself the infected wound. This server's full, right? This is the airfield, although I don't think many people loot this bit, but... Can I please have some SKS rounds? There's no boxes. This is meant to be tier 4 loot here, but it won't be tier 4 loot if there's no loot boxes. Like no pallets. We better loot these in the hope that I can find a bandage or two. There we go, that's one. Still haven't made the saline yet, but I might just take that as well. If I find a blood bag kit, I can take my own blood and then replace most of it with a saline. Mossberg. $65 million for Solanke seems a hell of a lot. However, it seems a lot better than the value they got buying Richarlison for similar money, doesn't it? I think Solanke is worth a punt, but maybe 65 is a lot of money. There's no denying that. You know, there's definitely no denying it. But I feel like he's potentially going to be a decent player for a few seasons. Ollie Watkins has only effectively had like... Well, I don't think he's had many crazily good seasons, has he? In a similar kind of way. Like, Ollie Watkins is playing for England and, like, everyone thinks he's, like, shit doesn't stink. And I think he is a great player, by the way, but... I don't know. Scoring those goals for the team he plays for is no mean feat, is it? You know? But yeah, I agree. It's a lot of money. 65 million. Yeah, I know, Jambon. Yeah, I was thinking that. I saw it the other day. I didn't know for sure, but... I was thinking that the other day, like they must have some kind of sell-on clause. So if he goes for crazy money to Tottenham, Liverpool are going to get money out of that, aren't they? They must do, and then of course they will. Yeah. No, I wasn't actually trying to do that. I wasn't trying to do one, but I was trying to put a buckshot into the chamber, and then put a buckshot as the next round. That's what I just tried to do there. So I think I could load another, but what I was trying to do, I don't know if I've done it or not, was make it fire 2 buckshots back to back. If you were an Olympic athlete, which sport would you compete in, and why would it be horse dancing? I would compete in... I would like to be the cocks in the 8 rowing. Talk about the easiest medal in the Olympics. It wouldn't be easy for me because it'd be like they were dragging an anchor. But I would quite like to be the cocks in the 8-person rowing team. Because all they have to do is sit at the back and go, "Quicker, you fucks!" And they get a gold medal. They get a gold medal for being small. That's what I would like to do. Like, maybe they could introduce like a handicapping system whereby the best team has to have some fat guy, me, and then the worst team has a lighter guy or girl, thereby making it like handicapped, you know, like a bit like they have like handicap horse racing and stuff, you know, like make it more interesting. I know they do other stuff. They like call the rhythm and they're reading the race and whatnot. I think they steer as well, but it's like it must be the easiest gold medal in the Olympics to be the cocks of an 8-man or an 8-lady rowing team that wins. That's got to be the easiest gold medal, right? You literally sit down and everybody else does the work. You just you get taken on a nice boat ride, and if your team's the quickest, you win a gold medal. I don't think I'm massively underestimating Knightley. I know they're responsible for the rhythm a little bit, but if the cocks wasn't there, like on the teams with 4 boats, they have to do their own rhythm, and they still do perfectly fine. You know. Yeah, I always underestimate the power of the cocks, of course. You know. It's crazy. It's crazy that I've just ran across the airfield completely safely. It's like being a manager at a job, not in my experience, dude.
I think you're already a cock, Paul. Rolling on the floor laughing, rolling on the floor laughing.
Paul, thank you very much for the 9 months. I can't believe I've been streaming on YouTube that long. Have I seen the movie called The Boys in the Boat? I don't think so. Oh yeah, they don't have to be a man in the men's... I saw that red line. You could be you don't have to be a man in the men's boat or vice versa. So maybe that would be even funnier still. I could be the anchor in the ladies Team GB team. It's fine. I don't mind. Whichever. But yeah, I know they do stuff, but it must be one of the easier gold medals, you know. You've got a gold medal in the Olympics. What did you do? I sat in the back of the boat and had a nice little ride. Not quite true, but it does seem a bit like that. I got taken on a... I got rowed. I got rowed by a load of other people doing all the work. Someone that's actually like into rowing is probably like raging right now, like... Yeah, the ladies got bronze and the men got gold, didn't they? I saw both of those races. I was actually watching those with an ulterior motive to do with a tweet that I then sent. Well, I was watching them because I wanted to watch them, but I'd already pre-planned that if they did get a gold, I'd be immediately on Twitter. Rowing, the rowers are incredibly fit. They must be some of the fittest people like in the Olympics because they're using their whole body, aren't they? It's not just legs. It's like the cyclists. They're cycling for like 6-7 hours. Some of them, right? They're clearly incredibly fit, but the rowing is your entire body. I haven't been to the gym since 2019, but the rowing machine is the worst. It's the best exercise, I guess, but it's the worst. It's the worst one to do. Oh, we saw a gun for that before, didn't we? Oh, now we've got bullets for it.
Eventually got the Amazon sub notifications. Thanks for the hours of entertainment.
It was in a container somewhere, but I don't remember which container. Glenn, thank you. Cheers for the support, dude. Yeah, swimmers are incredibly fit as well. That French dude, I can't remember his name, but the French dude that won all the medals, he's going to be the new generation's whatever that name, Michael Phelps, isn't he? You know, Le Phelps. He's going to be Le Phelps. He is. It was on the other side of the airfield, yeah. Liam Marchand, yeah, that's the one. Right, I've fired. Now I'm going to run across the airfield. Nobody will suspect a thing. Sounds good, doesn't it? Holy shit. Oh my god, if there's somebody... It is end of stream time, guys. You know, like, I've been on 5 hours. Today's stream is 5 to 6 hours long. So, I'm not trying to get myself killed, but if this stirs up a hornet's nest and I have a fight, then that's not a bad thing. I need to stop and get the bullets out for this fucker. I've got a box of... Oh no, I've got some more shells already. I thought the bullets I had, the shells I had, were inside a... I thought they were inside a box, but I had 5 separate ones. Feel the rhythm, feel the rain, pick that corner, it's shot in time. I was pleased with that, Bayish. I was pleased with that. I'd forgotten I'd said it, but when I rewatched that video, I heard that and I thought, oh, that was a good line. It turns out I can occasionally do something good, you know. when I'd killed Sanka, your dead guy. That was fun. Well, Beardy Scott, I'm not trying to get myself killed, but if I get shot at as a result of that, I'm not particularly upset about that. Occasionally, sometimes when you get shot at in that way, you die as well, but... I just, yeah, it's TRMZ fuck it time. It happens nearly every stream. I do need to get the AK.
You're watching carefully in front of the screen. You probably still have an unused Prime subscription. If you like the content here as much as I do, consider using your Prime sub here. Love
I
you.
like that.
Bye.
Morkra, good shout. Cheers for the support. Banksy, cheers for the support as well. Thank you both of you. Wheel Sarcast, thank you very much too. Ian Simmons, thanks as well. Can you imagine being that, like, the cocks... I'm talking about rowing still, just in case someone's not sure. Like, they have to get up every morning and go out and, like, train and stuff. Like, a lot of the training they do is on rowing machines and stuff. So the cocks doesn't have to do any of that, right? Like, I guess they have to keep themselves incredibly fit because they've got to be as light as they can be. So I'm sure they do have to do a lot of training. But when they're actually practicing and they're going out on the boat, they literally just got to sit there, haven't they? That's not a bad one. That's a good gold medal. I'm sure, like, much like a jockey in a way, they probably have to really watch what they eat, and they probably have to stay as light as they possibly can. So that aspect is something that's very true, right? They can't have no great big Christmas dinners, can they? No Thanksgiving for the cocks. They've got to They've got to like eat fairly light. I'm not at the Olympics, am I, dude? You know, there's no Olympic sport for sitting in a chair streaming, as far as I know. I think it was one of those containers over there. Does that sound right? Maybe the one over on the left there? I'll go and get one of those. I'll go and get that in a sec then. Just have a little look to see if there's any players. Why is it so quiet? I don't think there's anyone over there. There's no zombies. If there was somebody over there, there'd be Zeds, wouldn't there? So, there's nobody that way. Why is it so quiet? Just the way it can go, Jim Bob. Don't ask me, I spent 3 hours at the airfield today going back and forth, ended killing myself to an aid. No, no. iCloud, thank you for the 10 months. Johnson, thank you very much for the 3 months. Neo, thank you for the Prime. Oh, I thought that zombie, just as I ran, it looked like a player moving. That was exciting, wasn't it? That time I saw a zombie and for a split second thought it was a player. That was the most action we've had all day. Other than that time I got shot in the back at a helicopter crash site, that was exciting as well, wasn't it? Oh no, this isn't smart. It's not in good condition. It's not in good condition. I don't have a weapon cleaning kit. I'm going to have to leave that Mossberg, and now I've got an SKS with 3 bullets.
W.
Extra Blix, thank you very much for the 2 months. You know what? I cannot be fucked to go and loot that. I'm going to aggro Zeds, and I don't want to. Boba Fett is your favourite Star Wars character. Don't watch the Book of Boba Fett then. If you already have, then I don't know. They turned Boba Fett from a cool bounty hunter into like some second-rate mayor. I like the actor that plays Boba Fett. Not sure who my favourite Star Wars character is. I think the most important Star Wars characters are the bad guys. without a shadow of a doubt. Who are meant to be the bad guys, I guess, but like without a good bad guy, the films are shit, aren't they? Darth Maul is kind of cool. I like. I do quite like Darth Vader. I'm not going to lie. Darth Vader is probably the most meaningful one to me. I've told the story many a time, but once me and my cousin, when I was a young lad, were queuing up to see Darth Vader in real life. It was Dave Prowse in the suit, so proper Darth Vader suit, and it was Dave Prowse in it. And we were queuing up at a toy shop, and we were, I don't know, about 6 foot from the, maybe a bit more, maybe 2 or 3 meters from the door. We were about 20th in line to go in and meet Darth Vader and get him to sign a poster, and this would have been in the late 1980s. And I was queuing up, and he came. We were expecting him to be in the shop, and I was standing outside the door, and where I was stood was where the shop ended.
How's the mug mafia
and then there was like a little door that went down an alley to the back of the shop. So I was standing next to a door. I was standing right next to the door, and then the door opened and Darth Vader came fucking flying out of it, doing the thing. I have never been more terrified in my fucking life. Like, queuing up to meet Darth Vader, and then he opens the door and comes steaming out right next to me. Oh my god. I was properly scared. Like, and Darth Vader, when you were a kid watching Star Wars, Darth Vader's scary, right? Like, Darth Vader, like very scary character. Like if he doesn't like you, he's just going to do the chokey, you're dead thing, you know? Oh, this is about to get shitty. That was cool. So yeah, Darth Vader's probably mine on that basis, you know. And Darth Vader is effectively the hero of the whole thing anyway, really. Extra, thank you very much for the support. Really appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Quigo, thank you for the 20 months. Extra, thank you again. And Extra Blix, dude, thank you very, very much. 2 Extra Blixes there. So thank you for your own resub and the massive gifted one as well. Thank you. We're finding a lot of drop loot where players have been, aren't we? Exactly, Uncle Food. Well, I got my Darth Vader signed poster. It was signed by Darth Vader. It was an Empire Strikes Back poster.
TRMZ love, TRMZ
and I was
love,
very proud of it.
TRMZ love.
But I put it on the wall with blue tack, so it got ripped over the years, and then it ended up being thrown away. So my Dave Prowse signed poster was on the wall for about 10 years, and then it got ripped to shittery, and that was that. Oh, Paladin, it's the old ones are the best ones. Gun at the front door. Ooh. Oh, that's a shitter. I'm actually somewhat surprised we've not found any SCUS rounds. I do need some SKS rounds quite urgently. Such a long time since I've looted this. I was trying to remember what was over there. There's a camo building over there and a barrack, isn't there? Like, it's been such a while. I was kind of thinking it was going to be the construction site that used to be here, you know. Timesley, thank you very much for coming in. Appreciate it. Cheers for the bits, dude. Clean Colt, thank you for the resub as well. I don't remember much about Ahsoka, but I thought it was a bit dull. I can't remember the actress's name, but I really like the actress that plays. I should remember her name, but I'm terrible with names. I like the actress that plays Ahsoka. She's really good in the Marvel things that she was in as well. I like her. But Ahsoka was a bit dull. Like, Jedi are dull. You would think a Jedi that is a little bit torn and conflicted and doesn't really want to be a Jedi would be more exciting, but all they do is cross their arms and look grumpy. Oh, Andor's amazing. You would think a disenfranchised Jedi is exactly what would make a great show, given the Jedi are so boring. But it didn't. Rosario Dawson, well done. Yeah, that's the one. Oh, shit. She's in Marvel, to Jimmy, yeah. Rosario Dawson's in Marvel. She plays the character that's effectively Night Nurse, but she's in Daredevil, but she makes appearances in others. She's in Luke Cage. She actually patches up. I think she might be in Punisher as well, but she's in several of them. She's effectively Night Nurse, but she's helping. So she's in the Netflix series. She was in several of them. I've seen Ahsoka. It was okay, but it was very, very slow, and it built to something that wasn't all that, really. What do I think about Acolyte? I'm not bothered about the drama that people seem to be bothered about. It was just, even by Star Wars standards, it was written really, really poorly. The dialogue was poor. The characters were mostly poor. I just didn't like it. I didn't like it. But just the premise of it, it was just bad. It's a bad series. The dude from Squid Game I quite like him. I quite like him in it, but some of the decisions, I don't really want to talk about the plot, but some of the characters in it and the decisions they make and the way that they accept the things as they are, or they accept what they've done and then what they do as a result, none of it makes any fucking sense. It's just not good. I missed bullets, did I? The fighting was okay. Yeah, the sword, the laser fighting was laser fighting. Fuck me. The lightsaber battles were kind of okay, but that's something that's a cool addition to a film. It's not the only reason to watch fucking 8 episodes. I saw the word bullets and thought I'd missed bullets. Clean Colt, thank you very much for the gifted sub, dude. Oh, come on, in you come. I got most of them. Let's get you in here. Sorted. Carter, yeah, I've seen the sort of changes that are coming. I don't think it will affect too much, to be honest. It'll make it harder as a new spawn. Chernarus is a longer map, Ace. Chernarus is a slow burn map, but it's an amazing adventure map. It's just some days you get good action early doors, some days you have to really grind for it. Sometimes you just get shot in the back and that's it. But Chernarus is a much bigger map. If you've got 2 hours to play DayZ, Chernarus is maybe not the map, but if you've got 2 hours today and 2 hours tomorrow to play it, maybe it is. You know, you can get really good adventures on it, but it's much more of a slow burn map for sure. And like you say, it is the OG map as well, for sure. Those shots sounded like they were maybe towards... I don't know if they were a starry or they're a bit more this way. I think they were more this way. I wouldn't have heard them if they were in Starroy. Might have been on just on the far side of Cavernino, maybe. I don't know. Are you watching any older World War II movies? I started watching Band of Brothers a couple of days ago, and it's amazing. Can't imagine how I've missed it. Johnson, you've never seen it? Wow. Yeah, Band of Brothers is amazing. To me, Band of Brothers doesn't feel older. Like olders would be like watching war films like, I don't know, like Where Eagles Dare or something like that. Something that's way before my time, you know, like Richard Burton stuff and whatnot, you know. To me, Band of Brothers doesn't feel old in that it's got like Tom Hanks and Spielberg working on it. But yeah, they're amazing. Yeah, they're good. John Wayne is in it or something, you know. How does a Brit pronounce milk? I don't know. The best thing in Where Eagles Dare is Clint Eastwood's bag of infinite dynamite. I've seen it. I don't really remember it. I just tried to think of a famous war film that was an old one. That's the one I came up with, you know. I can't remember. I have seen it for sure, but I haven't seen it for a long time. How many entries do you have for the PCs? I don't know. I think it's around 34,000 or something. Right, I'm desperately looking for players now. I've given up looking for loot. I'm yellow hungry and I don't have any food. But I'm just going to have a look towards Starry and see if there's anyone there. That's kind of my plan right now. Desperately seeking players for full frontal action, possibly more. Right, somebody's there, or somebody's been there, because there's a zombie. So I've got to finish fairly soon, but if there's somebody at VMC, like I'm too far away to cause it to spawn, I'm just going to run down to VMC and probably die. That's the plan. I'm going to go for action at VMC, and we'll probably die trying to get it, but so what? So I'm kind of wanting to finish about now, 7 o'clock. I told the missus I'd finish no later than 7:15 because we're having dinner together, right? So I've got 15 minutes to find people and shoot them at max. I'll probably be dead in the next 5 minutes. Let's put it that way. Quantum, if you're more than 300 meters away, I think it's somebody else that spawned the zombies in. What's for dinner? We've got like our Englishized version of paella. It's kind of basically paella, but it's not as authentic as if we were in Spain, obviously, but it's like paella. Really good. I'm looking forward to it. It's really, really good. Oh, Zorinto, the title never changes if I don't change the map. I think that's fine. Roughness, dude, thank you for the gifted subs. That's really, really cool, dude. Thank you. Appreciate it, man. Thank you very much. Total Respawns, thank you for the 7. Clean Colt, thank you again. Zerka, thank you very much. So I've got 3 bullets in this SKS. I think I should probably use the Tundra. Cheers, Extra. Thank you, dude. Cheers for the kind words. Very kind, dude. And the support, dude. Thank you. None of these Zeds are dead. Oh, there's no dead Zeds. And someone's caused them to spawn in. There could be somebody overwatching from the hill. There could be someone down by the camo, but I'm surprised. I feel like someone's around. Camo doors are closed? Fuck, who caused these zombies to spawn in there? The only other possibility is that they were here and they left going this way more. They went south. Or west, maybe, but... How do I turn the camera on for this streamer? The camo door was open as well. I don't think there's anyone in there.
My job is a stressful one. Thanks for making great content to just kick back and decompress to saluting face.
Thank you very much, BQ, dude. Thank you for the continued support. That's really, really generous, dude. Thank you. Sam, thank you for the resub as well. Really surprised I haven't found SKS rounds.
TRMZ love, TRMZ love, TRMZ love.
Having a look down towards the little ravine thing just to see if there's anyone running along. I don't see shit. Fucking hell, there's that then. That sounded really close. I'd expect to be able to see that, and I can't see anything. I really struggle with the sound of the guns now. I thought it was somewhere around the road, which is there. I didn't think it was much further than that, but it looks like it is much further away. So the player that we heard could maybe have gone that way. Hicks, cheers for the support, dude. Thank you very much for the 2 months. XRP, thank you. So I think it's in the tram line I'm heading towards. I'm just going to run down towards it. I'm probably going to die doing this. It doesn't really matter. It'll only matter when someone on YouTube is telling me off for playing too aggressively and I'm stupid or something. Not on the stream right now. I mean, like later. In about 6 days, someone will be watching this and tell me I'm an idiot. And now I've said that, they'll probably do that anyway, you know, on purpose, and I won't remember. But there we go.
Late congrats on the 10 years. I really enjoy watching you play.
Hicks, dude, thank you again. Hockey Puck, thank you very much, dude. Cheers for the support. I don't know what's happened with the alerts. I'm hearing the alert from Robot Lady before it's appearing on my Streamlabs list. It's really, really disconcerting. But dude, thank you very much. So I think the shots are in that tree line somewhere, or a bit further along down there. So I'm going to go into this right-hand one and then try and look over across the field. Does dog or cat food make you sick? No. But if you eat it too quickly, if you get the stomach full symbol, you throw up really quickly. So more so than most other food, as soon as the stomach full symbol comes up, you need to stop straight away. If you don't, you're sick really quickly. Uh, 100 metre semis an hour, they redline. Okay. I would like to watch those, but I heard shots. I've got to get myself deaded. I mean, I've got to try and get some exemplary gunplay. I've not had the chance to shoot at a single player all day. 5 hours and 43 minutes, not a single shot. I just got shot once myself. Not true, is it? I had that other life where I had the Mosin shot. Yeah, I'd forgotten it. I did kill a player. I tried to push what turned out to be a group of 3, and I had a Mosin with 2 bullets. I'd forgotten about that one. Has to be around that big tree. I don't think it was much further than that. It can't have been. It can't have been all the way to Starry. I think it must be in these trees somewhere. It could have been overwatching Starry trees. It could have been just up on this bit here, maybe, but... just gone starving and I don't have any food. Oh, bud. It might. I'm looking for dead players. It could have been shots at. It could have been 2 players shooting at deer or something like that for all we know. There's no way it was all the way over there, right? It can't have been. Zombies are upright at it. You get players in the... It could have been here. I don't think the shots were further than here. It could have been around here, just to the right, where the low wall kind of is. But I don't think it will have been any further. There is deer to the left, isn't there? It really could have been shots at those deer. I'm going to end up dying of thirst as well as hunger in a minute at this rate. Yeah, I got killed being camped at a heli earlier. Let's go and get camped again, shall we? ACLM, thank you for the resub, dude. Thank you. This is a really dangerous heli. It's in a massive open field. You very often get people in the north, to the north of it and to the south of it. It's not the best spot. Head to the closest city for food. Infinite, I've not got long enough, dude. I'm not looking for food right now. I don't mind that I'm starving. I'm going to the heli to try. I might get tack back at the heli, but to be honest, I'm dying of starvation whilst looking for a player to shoot at more than anything else. I've got 5 minutes until the stream stops, no matter what. So if I find food, I might eat it, but then I'm going to log out. If I find a player, I might get action, and then I'll get their food, or I'll be dead. Yeah, we don't need food where we're headed. That's exactly right. So if there's somebody over watching this, they're going to either be in those trees or in the ones on the far side, probably. But there are a lot of zombies upright at this, which is a surprise. But I don't know. We might as well have a look. A lot of people that go to Starry Sobor don't actually check this helicopter. Checking the Overwatch trees from the open field is definitely the play. I better not have aggroed a zombie there. Are you fucking kidding me? Perfect. Those boots don't make me think that they make me think a player's been here already. And swapped out better boots for those boots. It's already been looted. What a crock of shit.
I'm not a waitress, but I'll take your tip.
ACLM, thank you very much for the support, dude. Glad to hear it. Zombies do respawn. Zombies do respawn at helicopter crash sites, yeah. That one was running, but I don't know if it's a runner zombie or if it was running after a player, but there was one running at the tents. Two players. so. The fuck is the dude? They may be done. That might be that they might have been looting away from Starry, which doesn't happen very often, but they might have been going the other way. Now, did they could have come up into the trees with me. But I don't think so. I think they might have gone down past the barn towards the car park or something like that.
9 months S live on YouTube. Thank you. 0.2 minutes to go.
I don't get it. There was two. They were meleeing by that tent there. Saw the dude come into the last tent here. Maybe they went down towards the barn. I can't think what else they would have done. Why would they go down towards the barn though? There's nothing there. I actually had half a chance for a shot at one of those, but it didn't seem worth it. And it probably wasn't, but nonetheless, I'm annoyed I didn't take it now. They might have just gone down towards one of the barns, I suppose, but there's upright zombies around by the barns. I don't think they went in towards the town, because from where I was, I would have seen them coming towards the town. They might just be sitting in a container divvying up loot. They might still be there. They could still be in the tents. Don't you think you reload your SKS? I don't have any SKS rounds, dude. I'd love to reload it. See, there's lots of Zeds. Where did the dudes go? Well, I went up near to where the convoy would be. Didn't see him. I ain't got time for this shit. I think they might still be in the tent somehow. I think that's a distinct possibility. It doesn't make a lot of sense, but you never know. People do stupid shit, or they can be really slow.
Howdy.
I don't think the dead player had SKS rounds. Where I picked up those couple of bits of fruit, I don't think there was SK rounds, but I didn't check that player very thoroughly.
XTRABLIXS donated $5. Eagle, this is Big Bird. You are clear to take the shot when you have.
Thank you. Cheers, extra. Cheers for the support, dude. Andreas, Julia, cheers for the support in different ways there. Thank you very much. Danish, thank you as well. It's crazy. I don't understand how I missed them. Dude's got a BK but no SKS rounds. Other than the one on the BK, I'm not fucking around for one. I don't understand how I've just seen 2 players and then they've just vanished. There's one player. What the hell have they got on their head? They're not actually that geared, I don't think. Hopefully they've got some SKS rounds. That thing on their head was a really bad idea, wasn't it? Holy shit. I kind of need to get myself killed now. I think they're on their own. I don't think that's one of the 2 that I saw. So I've not fired a shot that makes any noise. As that dude, as far as I know, is on their own. I don't think they've got a buddy. But I'm going to head down towards it and just see, because if I get shot at, that's a good way to know they've got a buddy. I think this is just a lone wolf player. Mosing, wow.
Cheers, TRMZ 1664, new TRMZ 1664, new TRMZ 1664, new TRMZ 1664, new.
New TRMZ? I've got to go. I've really got to go. I've managed to get a kill, which is good. But I ain't got any more time.
Have a good stream.
Ah, she's fine. It's all right. I'm annoyed I've missed the semi-finals of the Olympics as well. Semi-finals of the 100 meters. Right, that's it for me. I'm going to have to call it there. I tried to stay as long as I could. Crowd control, is that the case, eh? Thanks for staying in. If you watched, there's many people you can watch. Thank you for choosing to watch me, guys. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you. Let me just quickly see on Twitch. Yeah, that's cool. So I'm going to raid Doc Dreist, who obviously is someone I play with fairly regularly, but they've had a bit of a break. So I can't do a raid on YouTube, so I'm going to start the raid on Twitch, and then I'm going to say goodbye to the guys on YouTube. So I'm just starting the raid on Twitch. YouTube guys, thanks for coming in. I really, really appreciate it. I will catch you again tomorrow. Yeah, I'm streaming tomorrow, probably about noon. So I'll be back on about noon tomorrow. People on Twitch, I'm going to send you over to Doc now. So thanks for coming in, guys. Really, really appreciate it. Love you. Bye. And YouTube, guys, that's it. I'm done. Thanks for coming in as well. Got a kill in the end. Maybe can carry that character on a bit later on tomorrow, perhaps. I don't know. But thanks a lot for coming in, guys. There's many streamers you can watch. Thank you for choosing to watch me. Mackie and Rock, thank you for the resubs. Atty, thank you for the resub as well. Pike, and thank you for the gifted subs. And that's it from me, guys. Thanks a lot for coming in. Really appreciate it. Take
Bye,
it easy.
pal.
Love you. Bye.